飞鸽之作，飞鸽文学《三国演义》，乃令左右牵过马来，飞身上马，持胄下山，复加鞭上领。校尉玄德曰：“南人不能乘马乎？”玄德闻言，撩衣一跃，跃上马背，飞走下山。
Feiga production at Feiga literature, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He ordered the horses to be led from the left and right, and he flew onto the horse, galloped down the mountain, and climbed up the mountain with his whip again. He smiled and said to Schwanda, "Can't Southerners ride horses?" Feiga production at Feiga literature, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He ordered the horses to be led from the left and right, and he flew onto the horse, galloped down the mountain, and climbed up the mountain with his whip again. He smiled and said to Schwanda, "Can't Southerners ride horses?" Schwanda heard this. He lifted up his clothes and jumped onto the horse's back, flying down the mountain.
复驰骋而上，二人立马于山坡之上，扬鞭大笑。至今此处名为驻马坡。后人有诗曰：“持胄龙居气概多，二人并辔望山河。东吴西蜀成王霸。”
After galloping up again, the two men immediately stood on the hillside, raising their whips and laughing. So far this place is called Zamapo. Later generations wrote a poem that said, "The galloping dragon colt is full of energy," and the two of them look at the mountains and rivers together. Eastern Wu and Western Shu became kings and hegemons.
千古犹存驻马坡，当日二人并辔而回。南徐之民无不称贺。玄德自回馆驿，与孙乾商议。乾曰：“主公只是哀求乔国老早早避阴。”
Zamapo still exists through the ages. The two of them rode back together that day. The people of Nanshu all congratulated him. Schwanda returned to Guani and discussed with Sun Qian. Qian said, "My lord just begged Mr. Qiao to get married as soon as possible."
免生别事次日，玄德复至乔国老宅前下马。国老接入，礼毕，茶罢。玄德告曰：“江左之人多有要害刘备者，恐不能久居。”国老曰：
The next day, Schwanda returned to Qiaoguo's old house and dismounted. The elder Guo came in. After the ceremony and tea, Schwanda said, "There are many people on the left of the Yangtze River who are serious about harming Liu Bei. I'm afraid they won't be able to stay here for a long time." The elder Guo said,
玄德宽心，无畏公告国泰，另作护持。玄德拜谢自回。乔国老入见国泰，言玄德恐人谋害，急急要回。国泰大怒曰：“我的女婿，谁敢害他？”
Schwanda is so considerate. I have announced to you the crown prince, and ordered me to protect you. Schwanda thanked him and returned. The old man of the state of Chiao came to see the queen and said that Xuanda was afraid of being murdered and wanted to go back urgently. The prince said angrily, "Who dares to harm my son-in-law?"
及时便脚奔入书院，暂住择日必阴。玄德自入告国太曰：“只恐赵云在外不便，军事无人约束。”国太较劲搬入府中安歇，休留在馆驿中。
Immediately, he moved into the academy to live temporarily and chose a date to get married. Xuanda came in and told Guotai, "I'm afraid it will be inconvenient for Zhao Yun to be outside, and there will be no one to restrain the soldiers." Guotaijio all moved into the mansion to rest, and stayed in the post.
免得生事玄德暗喜。数日之内，大排筵会，孙夫人与玄德结亲。至晚客散，两行红炬接引玄德入房。灯光之下，但见枪刀簇满。
Xuanda was secretly happy to avoid causing trouble. Within a few days, there was a big banquet, and Mrs. Sun and Xuanda got married. In the evening, when the guests dispersed, 2 rows of red torches ushered Xuanda into the room. Under the light, you can see that there are many guns and knives.
士必皆佩剑、玄刀立于两傍。得玄德魂不附体。正是今看侍女横刀立，疑是东吴设伏兵。毕竟是何缘故？且看下文分解。第55回。
The maids and maids all stand with swords hanging on either side. Xuanda lost his soul. Exactly. I was shocked to see the maid standing with her sword drawn, and suspected that an ambush had been set up by Su Chao. What is the reason? Let's see below. Chapter 55.
玄德至击孙夫人，孔明二气周公瑾。却说玄德见孙夫人房中两边枪刀森列，势必皆佩剑，不觉失色。管家婆进曰：“贵人休得惊惧。”
Xuanda's wisdom aroused the anger of Mrs. Sun, Kong Ming, and Zhou Gongjin. But Xuanda said that when Xuanda saw the rows of spears and knives on both sides of Mrs. Sun's room, and the maids all wore swords, he felt pale. The housekeeper came in and said, "Noble man, please don't be frightened."
夫人自幼好观武士，居常令侍婢击剑为乐，故而如此。玄德曰：“非夫人所观之事，无甚心寒，可命暂去。”管家婆禀赋孙夫人曰：“
Since she was a child, my wife has been fond of watching martial arts, and she often makes her maids fencing for fun, so this is why you are like this. Xuanda said, "It's not what Madam sees." I'm very heartbroken. I'm going to leave temporarily. The housekeeper reported to Mrs. Sun and said,
房中摆列兵器，交可不安，今且去之。孙夫人笑曰：“厮杀半生，尚惧兵器乎？”命尽撤去，令侍婢解剑服侍。当夜玄德与孙夫人成亲。
There are weapons in the room that make you feel uneasy. Let's go away now. Mrs. Sun said with a smile, "You have been fighting for half your life. How can you be afraid of weapons?" After ordering them to leave, they ordered the maids to untie their swords and wait in front of them. That night Schwanda got married to Mrs. Sun.
两情欢洽，玄德又将金帛散给侍婢，以买其心，先叫孙乾回荆州报喜。自此连日饮酒，国泰十分爱敬。却说孙权差人来柴桑郡报周瑜，说
The two were in love, and Schwanda scattered gold and silk to the maidservants to buy their hearts. He first taught Sun Xian to return to Jingzhou to announce the good news. Since then he has been drinking for days. Guotai is very respectful. But he said that Sun Quan sent someone to Chaisang County to report to Zhou Yu, saying,
我母亲立主，已将吾妹嫁刘备，不想弄假成真，此事韩父如何？余闻大惊，行作不安，乃思一计，修秘书复来人迟回见孙权。权差书示之。
My mother strongly advocated marrying my sister to Liu Bei. I don't want the lie to come true. What will happen to this matter? Yu was shocked when he heard that he could not sit still. He thought of a plan and compiled a secret book and sent it to someone to take back to see Sun Quan. The right to tear open the book and view it.
书略曰：余所谋之事，不想反复如此。既已弄假成真，又当就此用计。刘备以枭雄之姿，有关张、赵云之将，更兼诸葛用谋。
Shu Lu said, "What Yu has planned is not something he wants to do again and again. Now that the fake has become real, we should use this trick." Liu Bei, acting as a hero, used the generals Guan, Zhang, and Zhao Yun, and also used Zhuge's tactics.
必非久屈人下者，于义莫如软困之于吴中，胜为助攻事，以丧其心志。多颂美色完好，以娱其耳目，十分开关。张之情，隔远诸葛之气，各执一方。
The foolishness of those who have been subjugating others for a long time is worse than being trapped in Wuzhong, prospering and building palaces to deprive them of their ambitions, giving them more beauties and fun games to entertain their ears and eyes, keeping their emotions open and far away from Zhuge. The deed is for each party.
然后以兵机之大势可定矣。今若纵之，恐蛟龙的云雨，终非池中物也。愿明公熟思之。孙权看毕， 以书使张昭。昭曰：公瑾之谋。
Then the major matter of attacking with troops can be decided. If you let it go now, you may be afraid that the dragon will catch the clouds and rain, and it will not be the thing in the pond after all. I hope Minggong will think about it carefully. After Sun Quan read it, he wrote to Zhang Zhao. Zhao said, Gong Jin's plan.
"正合于意，刘备起身微末，奔走天下，未尝受享富贵。今若以华堂大厦，子女金帛，令彼享用，自然疏远孔明、关、张等，使彼各生愿望。"
Just in time for Liu Bei's foolish intention, he started from a young age and traveled all over the world without enjoying wealth and honor. Now, if you use the Huateng building, your children's gold and silk to enjoy it, you will naturally alienate Kongming, Guan, Zhang, etc., and make each of them resentful.
然后荆州可图，也主公可依公瑾之计而速行之。权大喜，即日修整东府，广栽花木，陈设器用，请玄德与妹居住，又增女乐数十余人。
Then Jingzhou can be mapped and the Lord can move quickly according to Gong Jin's plan. Quan was overjoyed. He immediately renovated the East Mansion, planted flowers and trees, set up utensils, and invited Xuanda and his sister to live there. He also added dozens of female musicians.
并今欲谨起完好之物，国泰只道孙权好意，喜不自胜。玄德果然被声色所迷，全不想回荆州。却说赵云与500军在东府前驻，终日无事。
He also played with gold, jade, and brocade, and the king was overjoyed because he thought of Sun Quan's kindness. Xuanda was indeed fascinated by the sound and appearance and did not want to return to Jingzhou. But he said that Zhao Yun and his 500 troops lived in front of Dongfu and had nothing to do all day long.
只去城外射箭走马，看看年终。云猛醒，孔明吩咐3个锦囊与我，教我一到南徐，开第一个，住到年终，开第二个，临到危急无路之时。
Just go outside the city to shoot arrows and go horseback riding to see the end of the year. Yunmeng said, Kong Ming gave me 3 tips and taught me to open the first one as soon as I arrive in Nanshu, and open the second one until the end of the year. When I am in danger and have no way out, I will open the second one.
开第3个，于内有神出鬼没之计，可保主公回家。此时岁已将终，主公贪恋女色，并不见面，何不拆开第2个锦囊，看计而行？遂拆开视之。
Opening the third one has a mysterious plan inside, which can ensure that the Lord returns home. At this time, the year is coming to an end, and the Lord is greedy for women and does not meet her. Why not open the second bag and see what the plan is? Then he opened it and looked at it.
原来如此神策，即日竟到府堂，要见玄德。侍婢报曰：赵子龙有紧急事来报贵人。玄德唤入问之。云阳作《诗经》之状曰：主公身居画堂。
It turned out that Shen Su went to the mansion immediately to see Xuanda. The maid reported, Zhao Zilong has something urgent to report to you. Xuanda called in to ask. Yin pretended to be frightened and said, My lord lives deep in the painting hall.
不想荆州耶玄德曰：有甚事如此惊怪？云曰：今早孔明使人来报，说曹操要报赤壁鏖兵之恨，弃精兵50万，杀奔荆州，甚是危急。
Not thinking about Jingzhou, Yishuanda asked, What is so surprising? Yin said, This morning Kong Ming sent people to report that Cao Cao wanted to avenge Chibi's fierce soldiers and raised 500,000 elite troops to kill Jingzhou. It was very shocking. Critical.
请主公便回玄德曰：必须与夫人商议。云曰：若和夫人商议，必不肯叫主公回，不如休说，今晚便好启程。迟则误事。玄德曰：
After asking the Lord, he returned to Xuanda and said, We must discuss it with the madam. Yin said, If we discuss it with the madam, we will definitely refuse to teach the Lord to go back. Why don't we stop talking and we can set off tonight? If you are too late, you will be in trouble. Xuanda said.
你且暂退我自有道理。云故意催逼数番而出。玄德入见孙夫人，暗暗垂泪。孙夫人曰：丈夫何故烦恼？玄德曰：念被一身飘荡异乡。
It makes sense for you to withdraw temporarily. Yin deliberately pressed him several times. Xuanda came in to see Mrs. Sun and secretly wept. Mrs. Sun asked, Why is my husband so troubled? Xuanda said, Nian Bei is wandering in a foreign land.
生不能侍奉二亲，又不能祭祀宗祖，乃大逆不孝也。今岁旦在耳，使被异样不已。孙夫人曰：你休瞒我，我已听之了也。
To be unable to serve one's parents and to offer sacrifices to one's ancestors is a great act of rebellion and unfilial piety. This New Year's Day is so close. I am so disappointed. Mrs. Sun said, Don't hide it from me. I already heard it.
方才赵子龙报说荆州危急，你欲还乡，故推此意。玄德跪而告曰：夫人既知，备安敢相瞒？ 备欲不去，使荆州有失，被天下人耻笑，欲去。
Just now, Zhao Zilong reported that Jingzhou was in danger and you wanted to return home, so he suggested this. Xuanda knelt down and said, Madam, I know that I dare not hide it from you. If you are prepared and refuse to leave, Jingzhou will suffer a loss and be ridiculed by the world. If you want to leave,
又舍不得夫人因此烦恼。夫人曰：妾以事君，任君所知，妾当相随。玄德曰：夫人之心，虽则如此，征奈国太与吴侯安肯容夫人去？
I don't want my wife to be troubled by this. The lady said, I have already served you. If you do as you please, I will follow you. Xuanda said, Madam, despite this, are you willing to allow Madam to go?
夫人若可怜刘备，暂时辞别。言毕，泪如雨下。孙夫人劝曰：丈夫休得烦恼，妾当苦告母亲，必放妾与君同去。玄德曰：纵然国太肯时。
Madam, if you take pity on Liu Bei, please bid farewell for the time being. After saying this, tears fell like rain. Mrs. Sun advised, Husband, don't worry. I should complain to my mother, and I will let you go with me. Xuanda said, even if the country is too willing.
吴侯必然阻挡孙夫人沉吟良久，乃曰：妾与君正旦拜贺时，推称江边祭祖，不告而去，若何？玄德又跪而谢曰：若如此，生死难忘。
Marquis Wu must have stopped Mrs. Sun from pondering for a long time, and then said, When I paid homage to Junjing Dan, I recommended that I worship my ancestors by the river, and left without saying anything. What's the matter? Xuanda knelt down and thanked him again, saying, If this is the case, I will never forget it in life or death.
切勿漏泄两个，商议已定。玄德密唤赵云吩咐：正旦日，你先引军士出城，于官道等候。吾推祭祖，与夫人同走。愿领诺。
Never reveal that two parties have agreed. Xuanda secretly called Zhao Yun to pay. On the official day, you first lead the soldiers out of the city and wait at the official road. I will sacrifice my ancestors and go with my wife. Yunling Noa.
建安15年春正月元旦，吴侯大会文武于堂上。玄德与孙夫人入拜国泰。孙夫人曰：“夫主享父母宗祖坟墓，俱在涿郡，昼夜伤感不已。”
On the New Year's Day of the first month of the 15th year of Jianan, the civil and military officials of Wuhou gathered in the hall. Xuanda and Mrs. Sun went to pay homage to the crown prince. Mrs. Sun said, My husband misses the graves of his parents and ancestors, both of whom are in Zhuo County. He feels very sad day and night.
“今日欲往江边望北遥寄，须告母亲得知。”国太曰：“此孝道也，其有不从？汝虽不识舅姑，可同汝夫前去祭拜，亦见为父之礼。”
Today, if I want to go to the riverside to worship in the distance, I must inform my mother. Guotai said, "This is filial piety. How can I not follow it? Although you don't know your uncle and aunt, you can go with your husband to worship her, and you will also see the etiquette of being a wife."
孙夫人同玄德拜谢而出，此时只瞒着孙权。夫人乘车，只带随身一应细软。玄德上马，引数骑跟随出城，与赵云相会。500军士前遮后拥。
Mrs. Sun and Schwanda thanked each other and left. At this time, they only hid the news from Sun Quan. Madam, when traveling in a car, she will not take any of her belongings with her. Schwanda mounted his horse and led his horsemen to follow him out of the city to meet Zhao Yun. 500 sergeants covered the front and supported behind.
离了南徐攒城而行。当日，孙权大醉，左右进士伏入后堂，文武皆散。彼及众官探得玄德夫人逃遁之时，天色已晚。要报孙权，权罪不醒。
He left Nanshu and started on his way. On that day, Sun Quan was very drunk. The attendants on his left and right helped him into the back hall, and all the civil and military officials dispersed. By the time the officials found out that Schwanda and his wife had escaped, it was already getting late. Wanting to retaliate against Sun Quan, Quan was too drunk to wake up.
及至睡觉，已是5更。次日，孙权闻之走了玄德，即唤文武商议。张昭曰：“今日走了此人，早晚必生祸乱，可急追之。”孙权令陈武。
By the time I went to bed, it was already 5 o'clock. The next day, Sun Quan heard that Schwanda had left and hurriedly summoned civil and military forces to discuss it. Zhang Zhao said, "If we leave this person today, there will be chaos sooner or later. We need to pursue him urgently." Sun Quan ordered Chen Wu.
潘璋选500精兵，无分昼夜，务要赶上拿回。二将领命去了。孙权深恨玄德，将岸上玉燕摔为粉碎。程普曰：“主公空有冲天之怒，某料陈武。”
Pan Zhang selected 500 elite soldiers day and night, and they must catch up and retrieve them. The second general took the order and went. Sun Quan hated Schwanda deeply and smashed the jade inkstone on the case into pieces. Cheng Pu said, My lord is so angry that he has reached the sky. I heard that Chen Wu.
潘璋必擒此人，不得全曰：焉敢违我令？仆曰：郡主自幼好观武事，言义刚正，诸将皆惧。既然肯顺刘备，必同心而去。所追之将，
Pan Zhang must capture this man and lose his power, saying, How dare you disobey my order? Pu said, The princess has been fond of watching military affairs since she was a child. She is strict and upright, and all the generals are afraid of her. Since she is willing to obey Liu Bei, she must go with one heart. The general being pursued.
"若见郡主，岂肯下手？"权大怒，撤所佩之剑，唤蒋钦、周泰听令，曰："汝二人将这口剑去取吴妹并刘备头来，违令者立斩。"蒋钦、周泰领命。
Would you be willing to take action if you saw the princess? Quan was furious, pulled the sword he was wearing, called Jiang Qin and Zhou Tai to listen to the order, and said, "You too, take this sword to fetch my sister and Liu Bei's head. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed immediately." Jiang Qin and Zhou Tai took the order.
"随后引1000军赶来，却说玄德加鞭纵辔，攒城而行。当夜余路暂歇2个更次，慌忙起行。看看来到柴桑界首，望见后面尘头大起，人报。
Then he led 1,000 troops to come, but he said that Schwanda added whips and bridles, and walked on the journey. He stopped on the road for 2 shifts that night and set off in a hurry. When I came to the head of Chaisang realm, I saw the dust rising behind me, and people reported. "追兵至矣，玄德慌问赵云曰："追兵既至，如之奈何？"赵云曰："主公先行，某愿当后。"转过前面山脚，一彪军马拦住去路。当先2员大将。 The pursuing troops have arrived. Schwanda asked Zhao Yun in panic, "Now that the pursuing troops have arrived, what can I do?" Zhao Yun said, "My lord, I will go first, and I would like to be the second." Turning around the foot of the mountain in front, a group of soldiers and horses blocked the way. There were 2 generals in the lead. "厉声高叫曰：刘备早早下马受缚！吾奉周都督将令，守候多时。原来周瑜恐玄德走脱，先使徐盛、丁奉引3000军马于冲要之处扎营等候。" He shouted loudly, "Liu Bei has dismounted early and been bound. I have been ordered by the governor of Zhou to wait for a long time." It turned out that Zhou Yu was afraid that Schwanda would escape, so he first sent Su Sheng and Ding Feng to lead 3,000 troops and horses to camp at the strategic point and wait.
时常令人登高遥望，料得玄德若投旱路，必经此道而过。当日，徐盛、丁奉了望得玄德一行人到，各绰兵器，截住去路。玄德惊慌乐回，马问赵云曰：
People often climb high and look far away, expecting that if Schwanda chooses a dry road, he will definitely pass by this road. That day, Su Sheng and Ding Feng watched and saw Schwanda and his party arriving. They blocked the way with weapons. Schwanda was frightened and pulled back his horse and asked Zhao Yun.
前有拦截之兵，后有追赶之兵，前后无路，如之奈何？云曰：主公休慌，军师有3条妙计，多在锦囊之中，已拆了2个，并皆应验。
There are intercepting soldiers in front and chasing soldiers behind. There is no way forward or backward. What can I do? Yun said, My lord, don't panic. The military advisor has 3 clever plans, most of which are in his bag. 2 of them have been dismantled, and they have all come true.
今上有第3个，在此吩咐遇危难之时，方可拆看。今日危急，当拆官制。便将锦囊拆开，献与玄德。玄德看了，即来车前泣告孙夫人曰：
There is still a 3rd one here that can only be taken apart when in danger. Today is a critical situation, so we should take it apart and observe it. Then he opened the brocade bag and presented it to Schwanda. Schwanda looked at it and hurriedly came to the car and cried to Mrs. Sun.
备有心腹之言，至此尽当食宿。夫人曰：丈夫有何言语？实对我说。玄德曰：昔日吴侯与周瑜同谋，将夫人招嫁刘备，实非为夫人计。
I'll tell you what I have told you from the bottom of my heart. The lady said, Whatever my husband has to say, tell me truthfully. Schwanda said, In the past, the Marquis of Wu conspired with Zhou Yu to marry his wife to Liu Bei, but she was not his wife. Count.
乃欲忧困刘备，而夺荆州，而夺了荆州，必将杀备。是以夫人为相耳而吊备也。备不惧万死而来，盖知夫人有男子之胸襟，必能连备。
He wanted to trap Liu Bei and seize Jingzhou. If he seizes Jingzhou, Bei will be killed. This is why the lady is used as fragrant bait for fishing. Bei is not afraid of death. Gaiji Madam has a man's mind and will be able to take pity on Bei.
昨闻吴侯将欲加害，故托荆州有难，以图归计。幸得夫人不弃，同至于此。今吴侯又令人在后追赶，周瑜又使人于前截住，非夫人莫解此祸。
Yesterday I heard that General Wu wanted to do harm, so he asked Jingzhou for help in order to get back. Fortunately, my wife didn't give up, so we ended up together. Now Wu Hou sent people to chase after him, and Zhou Yu sent people to stop him in front. No one but his wife could solve the problem.
如夫人不允备，请死于车前，以报夫人之德。夫人怒曰：“吾兄既不以我为亲骨肉，我有何面目重相见乎？今日之危，我当自解。”
If your wife does not agree, please die in front of the car to repay your kindness. The lady said angrily, "My brother doesn't regard me as his own flesh and blood. How can I see him again? Today's crisis is something I should resolve myself."
于是赤从人推车直出，卷起车帘，轻喝徐盛、丁奉曰：“你二人欲造反耶？”徐、丁二将慌忙下马，弃了兵器，声诺于车前曰：“安敢造反？”
So he ordered the people to push the cart straight out, rolled up the curtains, and shouted to Su Sheng and Ding Feng, "Are you two planning to rebel?" General Su and Ding hurriedly dismounted, abandoned their weapons, and shouted in front of the cart, "And dares to rebel?"
为凤州都督将令，屯兵在此，专候刘备。孙夫人大怒曰：“周瑜逆贼！我东吴不曾亏负你。玄德乃大汉皇叔，是我丈夫。我已对母亲。”
In order to serve Zhou Dudu, the general ordered troops to be stationed here to wait for Liu Bei. Mrs. Sun was furious and said, "Zhou Yu is a traitor. I, Su Chao, have never failed you. Xuanda is the uncle of the Han Emperor and is my husband. I have told my mother."
哥哥说：“支回荆州去。今你两个于山脚去处，引着军马拦截道路，意欲劫掠我夫妻财物也。”徐盛、丁奉诺诺连声，口称不敢，请夫人息怒。
My brother said that when I returned to Jingzhou, you two went to the foot of the mountain and led the army and horses to block the road, intending to rob my husband and wife's property? Su Sheng and Ding Feng murmured repeatedly, saying, "I don't dare." "Madam, please calm down."
"这不干我等之事，乃是周都督的将令。”孙夫人叱曰：“你只怕周瑜，独不怕我。周瑜杀得你，我岂杀不得周瑜？”把周瑜大骂一场。
This is an order from Governor Zhou to not do our business. Mrs. Sun scolded, "You are only afraid of Zhou Yu, but not me? Zhou Yu can kill you, how can I not kill Zhou Yu?" He scolded Zhou Yu.
"喝令推车前进。徐盛、丁奉自私，我等是下人，安敢与夫人为傲？ 又见赵云十分怒气，只得把军喝住，放条大路交过去。
After ordering the cart to move forward, Su Sheng and Ding Feng thought to themselves, "We are servants. How dare we disobey my wife?" Seeing that Zhao Yun was very angry, they had to stop the army and let them pass through the main road.
恰才行不得5-6里，背后陈武、潘璋赶到。徐盛、丁奉备言其事。陈、潘二将曰：“你放他过去差了也。我二人奉吴侯旨意。”
Just then, Chen Wu and Pan Zhang arrived 5 or 6 miles behind. Su Sheng and Ding Fengbei talked about their affairs. Generals Chen and Pan said, "Please let him go. We are following the orders of the Marquis of Wu."
特来追捉他回去，于是四将合兵一处，攒城赶来。玄德正行间，忽听得背后喊声大起。玄德又告孙夫人曰：“后面追兵又到，如之奈何？”夫人曰：
The 4 generals came together to chase him back, so they joined forces and came on their way. While Xuanda was walking, he suddenly heard loud shouting from behind. Xuanda then told Mrs. Sun, "The pursuers are coming again. What should I do?" Mrs. Sun said,
丈夫先行，我与子龙当后。玄德先引300军望江岸去了。子龙勒马于车傍，将士卒摆开，专候来将。4员将见了孙夫人，只得下马。
"My husband will go first, Zilong and I will follow." Xuanda led 300 troops first and looked at the river bank. Zilong reined up his horse beside the chariot, spread out his soldiers, and waited for the incoming general. When the 4 generals saw Mrs. Sun, they had no choice but to dismount.
插手而立，夫人曰：“陈武、潘璋来此何干？”二将答曰：“奉主公之命，请夫人、玄德回。”夫人正色斥曰：“都是你这伙匹夫！”
The lady stood with her hands crossed and said, "Chen Wu and Pan Zhang, what are you doing here?" The 2 generals replied, "By the order of the Lord, please come back, Madam Xuanda." The lady said seriously, "They are all just like you."
离间我兄妹，不慕我以嫁他人。今日归去，须不是与人私奔。我奉母亲辞旨，令我夫妇回荆州。便是我哥哥来，也须依礼而行。你二人倚仗兵威。
I have divorced my brother and sister. I have married someone else. When I go back today, I must not be eloping with someone. In accordance with my mother's loving decree, I ordered my wife and I to return to Jingzhou. Even if my brother comes, he must follow the etiquette. You too rely on military power.
欲待杀害我耶骂的4人面面相觑，各自寻思，他10000年也只是兄妹。更兼国太做主，吴侯乃大孝之人，怎敢违逆母言？明日翻过脸来。
He wanted to kill me, so the 4 of them looked at each other in shock, each thinking, he has been just a brother and sister for 10,000 years. He is also the master of the country. The Marquis of Wu is a filial man. How dare he disobey his mother's words? He will turn around tomorrow.
只是我等不是不如做个人情，军中又不见玄德，但见赵云怒目睁眉，只待厮杀。因此4将诺诺连声而退。孙夫人令推车便行。徐盛曰：
It's just that I might as well do it as a favor while I wait. Schwanda was not seen in the army again. Only Zhao Yun was seen with angry eyes and open eyebrows, just waiting to fight. So the 4 generals retreated in succession. Mrs. Sun ordered the cart to go. Su Xing said,
我4人同去见周都督告禀此事。4人犹豫未定，忽见一军如旋风而来，视之，乃蒋钦、周泰。2将问曰：你等曾见刘备否？4人曰：
The 4 of us will go to see Governor Zhou to report this matter. The 4 of them were hesitant. Suddenly I saw an army coming like a whirlwind. I saw it. It was Jiang Qin and Zhou Tai. The 2nd general asked, Have you ever met Liu Bei? The 4 said,
早晨过去已半日矣。蒋钦曰：何不拿下？4人各言孙夫人发话之事。蒋钦曰：便是吴侯怕到如此，封一口剑在此，叫先杀他妹。
Half a day has passed in the morning. Jiang Qin said, Why not take it? The 4 of them each talked about what Mrs. Sun said. Jiang Qin said, The Marquis of Wu was afraid of this, so he sealed a sword here and taught him to kill his sister first.
后斩刘备为者力斩。4将曰：去之已远，怎生奈何？蒋钦曰：他终是些步军，急行不上。徐、丁2将军可飞报都督，叫水陆召快船追赶。
Liu Bei will be beheaded later. Anyone who violates this rule will be beheaded immediately. The 4th general said, We are far away, what can we do? Jiang Qin said, He is just a foot soldier after all, and he can't move forward in a hurry. Generals Su and Ding can fly to report to the commander-in-chief and teach them how to catch up by waterway and fast boat.
我4人在岸上追赶无问水旱之路，赶上杀了，休听他言语。于是徐盛、丁奉飞报周瑜、蒋钦、周泰、陈武、 潘张4个领兵沿江赶来。
The 4 of us chased Wuwen on the flood and drought road on the shore. If we caught up and killed him, we would not listen to his words. So Su Sheng and Ding Fengfei reported to Zhou Yu, Jiang Qin, Zhou Tai, Chen Wu, and Pan Zhang led their troops and came along the river.
却说玄德一行人马离柴桑较远，来到刘郎浦，心才稍宽。沿着江岸寻渡，一望江水弥漫，并无船只。玄德俯首沉吟。赵云曰：
But he said that Xuanda and his party were far away from Chaisang, and they felt a little more relaxed when they came to Lilangpu. Looking for a ferry along the river bank, I saw that the river was filled with water and there were no boats. Xuanda bowed his head and pondered. Zhao Yun said,
主公在虎口中逃出今已尽本界，无料军师必有调度，何用犹疑？玄德听罢，蓦然想起在无繁华之事，不觉凄然泪下。后人有诗叹曰：
My lord escaped from the tiger's mouth and is now close to our own realm. I believe that the military advisor will make arrangements, so why hesitate? After hearing this, Xuanda suddenly remembered what happened in Wu Fanhua and burst into tears. Later generations wrote a poem that said,
吾属成婚此水寻明珠，布帐无黄金。谁知一女倾天下，寓意刘郎顶至心。玄德令赵云望前哨探船只，忽报后面尘土冲天而起。
When Wu and Shu got married, the pearl in the water was as bright as the gold in the house. Unexpectedly, a woman despised the world and wanted to change Lu Lang's determination. Xuanda ordered Zhao Yun to look at the outpost to explore the ship, but suddenly there was a report of dust rising into the sky behind him.
玄德登高望之，但见军马盖地而来，叹曰：“连日奔走，人困马乏，追兵又到，死无地矣。”看看喊声渐近，正慌急间，
Xuanda climbed up to look at it, but he saw troops and horses coming to cover the ground. He sighed. After running for days, the people are tired and the horses are exhausted. The pursuers are coming again. There is no place to die. Look at the shouts getting closer. In a hurry.
忽见江岸边一字儿抛着拖篷船20余只。赵云曰：“天幸有船在此，何不速下，照过对岸，再作驱处？”玄德与孙夫人便奔上船。
Suddenly, he saw more than 20 tugboats tossed along the river bank. Zhao Yun said, "Luckily there is a boat here. Why don't you get off quickly, cross the other bank, and then make another move?" Xuanda and Mrs. Sun rushed onto the boat.
子龙引500军，亦都上船。只见船舱中一人冠巾道服，大笑而出，曰：“主公且喜。”诸葛亮在此等候多时。船中扮作客人的，皆是荆州水军。
Zilong led 500 troops to the boat and saw a man wearing a silk scarf in the cabin. He burst out laughing and said, "My lord, you are so happy. Zhuge Liang has been waiting here for a long time." Those in the boat who were pretending to be guests were all Jingzhou Navy soldiers.
玄德大喜不疑时，四将赶到。孔明笑指岸上人言曰：“吾已算定多时矣。汝等回去传示周郎，叫休再使美人举手段。”岸上乱箭射来。
When Xuanda was overjoyed, for generals arrived. Kong Ming smiled and pointed to the people on the shore and said, "I have been making calculations for a long time. When you go back, you can inform Zhou Lang and teach Xiu how to use the beauty game again." Arrows shot from the shore randomly.
船已开得远了，蒋钦等四将只好呆看。玄德与孔明正行间，忽然江声大震，回头视之，只见战船无数。帅字旗下，周瑜自领惯战水军，左有黄盖。
The ship had sailed far away, so Jiang Qin and the other 4 generals had no choice but to watch. While Xuanda and Kong Ming were walking, there was suddenly a loud sound from the river. Looking back, I saw countless warships. Under the banner of Shui Zi, Zhou Yu is used to fighting naval forces. There is a yellow cover on the left.
又有韩当势如飞马，急似流星。看看赶上。孔明叫赵船投北岸，弃了船，尽皆上岸而走，车马登城。周瑜赶到江边，亦皆上岸追袭。大小水军。
On the right is Han Dang, who is as powerful as a flying horse and as fast as a shooting star. Take a look and catch up. Kong Mingjiao threw his boat to the north bank, abandoned the boat, and everyone went ashore, with their carriages and horses embarking on the journey. Zhou Yu rushed to the riverside, and everyone went ashore to pursue him. Big and small naval forces.
尽是步行，只有为首官军骑马。周瑜当先，黄盖、韩当、徐盛、丁奉紧随。周瑜曰：“此处是那里？”军士答曰：“前面是黄州界首。”
They were all on foot, with only the leading officers and soldiers on horseback. Zhou Yu took the lead, followed by Huang Gai, Han Dang, Su Sheng, and Ding Feng. Zhou Yu asked, "Where is this place?" The sergeant replied, "In front is the leader of Huangzhou."
望见玄德车马不远于令，并力追袭。正赶之间， 一声鼓响，山野内一镖刀手拥出，为首一员大将，乃关云长也。周瑜举止失措，即拨马便走。
Seeing Schwanda's chariot and horse not far away, you ordered him to pursue them with all his strength. While they were rushing, there was a sound of drums, and a group of swordsmen rushed out from the mountain. The leader was a general, Guan Yunchenji. Zhou Yu behaved in a panic and hurriedly turned his horse away.
云长赶来，周瑜纵马逃命，正奔走间，左边黄忠，右边魏延两军杀出，吴兵大败。周瑜急急下得船时，岸上军士齐声大叫曰：
Yun Chang came and Zhou Yu fled for his life. While running, Huang Zhong on the left and Wei Yan on the right came out. Wu Bing was defeated. When Zhou Yu hurriedly got off the boat, the sergeants on the shore shouted in unison.
周郎妙计安天下，赔了夫人又折兵。瑜怒曰：可在登岸决一死战。黄盖、韩当立阻。瑜自思曰：无计不成，有何面目去见吴侯？
Zhou Lang's brilliant plan is to accompany his wife to Antianxia and then defeat his troops. You said angrily, we can go ashore again and fight to the death. Huang Gai and Han tried their best to stop them. You thought to himself, if my plan fails, how can I go to see the Marquis of Wu?
大叫一声，金疮迸裂，倒于船上。众将急救，却早不省人事。正是两番弄巧翻成拙，此日韩琛却待休。未知周郎性命如何？
With a loud cry, the golden sword burst open and fell on the boat. The generals tried to rescue him, but he was already unconscious. Exactly, twice a mistake has turned out to be self-defeating. Today I am angry but ashamed. It is unknown how Zhou Lang's life is.
且看下文分解第56回，曹操大宴铜雀台，孔明三气周公解。却说周瑜被诸葛亮预先埋伏关公、黄忠、魏延三支军马，一击大败。黄盖。
Let's look at the breakdown below Chapter 56 Cao Cao's Banquet on the Bronze Bird Terrace Kong Ming San Chi Zhou Gong Jin. But it is said that Zhou Yu was ambushed by Zhuge Liang in advance with 3 troops and horses of Guan Gong, Huang Zhong, and Wei Yan, and was defeated with 1 blow. Huang Gai.
韩当急救下船折，却水军无数。遥观玄德、孙夫人车马仆从都停住于山顶之上，于如何不弃？箭疮未愈，因怒气冲击，窗口迸裂，昏厥于地。
Han Dang got off the boat first aid and defeated countless sailors. Looking from a distance, Schwanda, Mrs. Sun's carriages, horses and servants all stopped on the top of the mountain. How could you not be angry? The sore on the arrow was not healed. Due to the anger, the sore burst open and he fainted to the ground.
众将就醒，开船逃去。孔明教休追赶，自和玄德归荆州庆喜，赏赐众将。周瑜自回柴桑。蒋钦等一行人马自归南徐报孙权，权不胜愤怒。
The generals rescued him and fled by boat. Kong Mingjiao stopped chasing, and Zi and Xuanda returned to Jingzhou to celebrate and reward the generals. Zhou Yu returned to Chaisang. Jiang Qin and his party returned to the south and reported to Sun Quan. The power is overwhelming and wrathful.
欲拜程普为都督起兵取荆州。周瑜又上书，请兴兵雪恨。张昭谏曰：“不可。曹操日夜思报赤壁之恨，因孔孙、刘同心，故未敢兴兵。”
He wanted to worship Qingpu as the governor and raise troops to capture Jingzhou. Zhou Yu wrote again, asking for troops to avenge the enemy. Zhang Zhaojian said, no. Cao Cao wanted to avenge Chibi day and night, but he was afraid that Sun and Lu would be of the same mind, so he did not dare to raise troops.
今主公若以一时之愤自相吞并，操必乘虚来攻，国势危矣。故雍曰：“许都岂无细作在此？若知孙、刘不睦，操必使人勾结刘备，备据东吴。”
Now if my lord annexes one another out of anger, Cao Cao will take advantage of the weakness to attack, and the country will be in danger. Guillaume said, Su Du didn't do anything detailed here. If he knew that Sun and Lu were at odds, Cao would definitely have someone collude with Liu Bei. Be afraid of Su Chao.
必投曹操弱势，则江南何日得安？为今之计，莫若使人赴许都，表刘备为荆州牧。曹操知之，则惧而不敢加兵于东南。且使刘备不恨于主公。
If he must surrender to Cao Cao, how will Jiangnan be safe? For the current plan, it is better to send people to Shudu to express Liu Bei as the shepherd of Jingzhou. When Cao Cao knew this, he was afraid and did not dare to send more troops to the southeast, and make Liu Bei not hate his lord.
然后使心腹用反间之计，令曹、刘相公无乘隙而图之，斯为得耳。权曰：袁叹之言甚善，但谁可为使？雍曰：此间有一人。
Then I asked my confidants to use counterinsurgent tactics to make Cao and Lu attack each other. I took advantage of the opportunity to plot it, and this was to gain the ear. Quan said, Yuan Tan's words are very good. But who can do it? Yong said, "There is a person here."
乃曹操敬慕者，可以为使。权问何人？雍曰：华歆在此，何不遣之？权大喜，即遣心机表赴许都。心领命启程，径到许都来见曹操。
Those who admire Cao Cao can serve as envoys. Quan asked who it was. Yong said, Hua Xian is here, why not send him? Quan was overjoyed. He sent Xian and Biao to Shudu. Xian received the order and set off, and went straight to Shudu to meet Cao Cao.
文操会群臣于邺郡庆赏铜雀台，心乃赴邺郡后见。操自赤壁败后，常思报仇，至遗孙刘并立，因此不敢轻进，时建安15年春。
After hearing that Cao met the ministers in Yi County to enjoy the bronze bird tower, Xian went to Yi County to wait for him. After Cao Cao's defeat at Chibi, he often thought of revenge. He only doubted the strength of Sun and Lu, so he did not dare to advance lightly. In the spring of the 15th year of Jianan,
造铜雀台，程操乃大会文武于邺郡，设宴庆贺。其台正临漳河，中央乃铜雀台，左边一座名玉龙台，右边一座名金凤台，各高10丈，上横2桥相通。
When the bronze bird tower was built, Cao Cao gathered civil and military officials in Yi County and held a banquet to celebrate. The platform is facing the Zhang River, with the bronze bird platform in the center, the jade dragon platform on the left, and the golden phoenix platform on the right, each 10 feet high and connected by 2 horizontal bridges.
千门万户，金碧交辉。是日，曹操头戴嵌宝金冠，身穿绿锦罗袍，玉带珠履，凭高而坐。文武侍立台下，操欲观武官比试弓箭。
Thousands of houses are gleaming with gold and green. On that day, Cao Cao wore a gold crown with treasures on his head, a green brocade robe, jade belt and beaded shoes, and he was sitting at a high position. Civil and military attendants stood under the stage. Cao Cao wanted to watch the military attaches test their bows and arrows.
乃使进士将西川红锦战袍一领挂于垂杨之上，下设一箭垛，以100步为界。分武官为2队，曹氏宗族俱穿红，其余将士俱穿绿，各带雕弓长箭。
He then asked his attendants to hang a collar of Sichuan's red brocade war robe on a weeping poplar branch, and set up an arrow stack underneath, with 100 steps as a boundary. The military attaches were divided into 2 teams. The Cao clan all wore red, and the other soldiers all wore green, Each had a carved bow and long arrows.
夸安勒马听后指挥，操传令曰：有能射中箭朵红心者，即以锦袍赐之；如射不中，罚水1杯。号令方下，红袍队中一个少年将军骤马而出。
He straddles the saddle and reins in his horse, waiting for the command. Chow Chow sent an order and said, anyone who can hit the red heart of the arrow stack will be given a brocade robe. If he misses, he will be punished with a cup of water. After the order was given, a young general in the red robe team suddenly came out on horseback.
众视之，乃曹休也。休飞马往来，奔驰3次，扣上箭，拽满弓，一箭射去，正中红心。金鼓齐鸣，众皆喝彩。曹操于台上望见，大喜，曰：
It is Chao Xiu who is looked upon by all. Xiu Pegasus came and went, galloped 3 times, knocked the arrow, drew the bow full, and shot an arrow, hitting the red heart. The golden drums sounded and everyone cheered. Chow Chow was overjoyed to see him on the stage and said,
此吴家千里驹也方欲使人取锦袍与曹休，只见绿袍队中一骑飞出，叫曰：丞相锦袍，何让俺外姓先取？宗族中不宜参阅。操是其人。
My family's 1,000-mile horse is just about to ask someone to take Jin Pao and Chao Xiu. I saw a horse flying out of the green robe team, calling out, Prime Minister Jin Pao, let me take the first one with my foreign surname. It is not suitable for people in the clan to interfere with each other. Chao treats him as a person.
乃文聘也众官曰：且看文仲业设法。文聘拈弓纵马一箭，亦中红心。众皆喝彩，金鼓乱鸣。聘大呼曰：快取袍来！只见红袍队中
Wen Pin also said to the officials, let's take a look at Wen Zhongye's shooting skills. Wen Pin picked up his bow, rode his horse and shot an arrow, which also hit the red heart. Everyone cheered and the golden drums sounded wildly. Pin shouted, get the robe quickly. I saw the red robe team.
又一将飞马而出，厉声曰：文烈先射，汝何得争夺？看我与你2个解剑！拽满弓，一箭射去，也中红心。众人齐声喝彩。是其人，乃曹洪也。
Another general came out on Pegasus and said sternly, When Lai shot first, why do you have to fight for it? Let me and you untie the arrow. He pulled the bow full and shot an arrow, which also hit the red heart. Everyone cheered in unison. I regard him as Chao Hong.
红方欲取袍，只见绿袍队里又一将出，杨公叫曰：“你3人射法，何足为奇？看我射来！”众视之，乃张合也。合飞马翻身，被射一箭，也中红心。
When Hong Fong wanted to take the robe, he saw another general from the green-robed team coming out. He raised his bow and shouted, "How amazing are the shooting skills of the 3 of you! Look at me shooting." It was Zhang He who was watching. He Pegasus turned over and shot an arrow from his back, which also hit the red heart.
4支箭齐齐地攒在红心里，众人都道：“好射法。”合曰：“锦袍须该是我的。”言未毕，红袍队中一将飞马而出，大叫曰：“汝翻身被射！”
The 4 arrows were gathered together in the red heart. Everyone said, "What a good shot!" He said, "The brocade robe should be mine." Before he finished speaking, a general in the red robe team flew out on horseback and said, "You turn over and shoot from behind."
何足称意看我夺射红心。众视之，乃夏侯渊也。渊骤马至界口，扭回身一箭射去，正在4箭当中，金鼓齐鸣。渊勒马按弓，大叫曰：“
What's the difference? Watch me win the red heart." Everyone looked at Xiahou Yuan. Yuan suddenly rode his horse to the boundary. Niu turned around and shot an arrow. In the middle of the 4 arrows, the golden drums sounded in unison. Yuan drew his horse and pressed the bow and shouted.
"此箭可夺得锦袍吗？"只见绿袍队里一将应声而出，大叫：“且留下锦袍与我徐晃。”渊曰：“汝更有何射法，可夺我袍？”晃曰：“
Can this arrow win the Jin Pao? I saw a general in the green robe team shouting, 'Leave the Jin Pao and me, Su Huang.'" Yuan said, "What shooting technique can you use to take away my robe?" Huang said,
"汝夺射红心，不足为意。看我单取锦袍。”拈弓搭箭，遥望柳条射去，恰好射断柳条，锦袍坠地。徐晃飞取锦袍，披于身上，骤马至台前，声诺曰：“
"It's not unusual for you to shoot the red heart. Look at me taking the brocade robe alone." He picked up his bow and arrow, looked at the wicker stick in the distance and shot it. He happened to break the wicker and the brocade robe fell to the ground. Su Huangfei took the brocade robe, put it on his body, rode up to the stage and said,
谢丞相袍曹操，与众官无不称羡。晃才勒马要回，猛然台边跃出一个绿袍将军，大呼曰：“你将锦袍那里去？早早留下与我！”众视之，
I thanked the Prime Minister for his robe. Chow Chow and all the officials admired him. After a while, he reined in his horse and was about to go back. Suddenly, a green-robed general jumped out from the edge of the stage and shouted, "Where are you going with the brocade robe? Stay with me early. Everyone is watching."
乃许出野谎曰：“袍已在此，汝何敢强夺？”楚更不回答，竟飞马来夺袍。两马相近，徐晃便把弓打许褚。楚一手按住弓，把徐晃脱离鞍桥。
Su Chu also said, "The robe is already here. How dare you take it by force?" Chu Gung did not answer, but flew to seize the robe. The two horses were close to each other, so Su Huang used his bow to hit Su Chu. Chu held down the bow with one hand and dragged Su Huang away from the saddle.
晃急弃了弓，翻身下马，楚一下马，两个揪住厮打。操急使人解开，那领锦袍已是扯得粉碎。操令二人都上台。徐晃睁眉怒目，许褚切齿咬牙。
Huang Ji abandoned his bow and dismounted, and Chu also dismounted. The two grabbed each other and started fighting. Anxiety unravels people. The brocade robe was torn to pieces. Chow ordered both of them to come on stage. Su Huang raised his eyebrows and glared, while Su Chu gritted his teeth.
"各有相斗之意。操笑曰：“古特是公等之勇耳，岂惜一锦袍哉？”便叫诸将尽都上台，各赐蜀锦一匹，诸将个个称谢。操命各依位次而坐。
Everyone wanted to fight with each other. Chow Chow said with a smile, "I look down on the courage of the public. How can I miss a brocade robe?" He then taught all the generals to come up to the stage and gave each one a piece of Sichuan brocade. Each of the generals thanked him. Everyone sat according to their orders.
"乐声竞奏，水陆并陈。文官武将轮次把盏，献酬交错。操故谓众文官曰：‘武将既以骑射为乐，足显威勇矣。公等皆饱学之士，登此高台。’
The sound of music competes on both land and water. Civil servants and military generals took turns holding the candles, and offered rewards alternately. Chow Gu said to all the civil servants, "Since military commanders take pleasure in riding and shooting, they can show their power and bravery. The public and others are all well-educated people who have climbed up to this high platform."
可不尽家章，以记一时之盛事乎？众官皆躬身而言曰：“愿从君命。”时有王朗、钟繇、王粲、陈琳一般文官进献诗章。
But instead of writing a good chapter to record the victory of the moment, all the officials bowed and said, "I would like to follow Jun's fate." At that time, a group of civil servants, including Wan Lang, Zhou Miao, Wang Can, and Shen Lin, contributed poems.
诗中多有称颂曹操功德巍巍，何当受命之意。曹操逐一览毕，笑曰：“诸公佳作，过誉甚矣。孤本于陋，实举孝廉。后值天下大乱。”
There are many poems praising Cao Cao for his great merits and deserving of his orders. After Cao Cao looked at them one by one, he said with a smile, "The great works of all the masters are highly praised. I am ignorant and humble, but I started to promote filial piety and honesty. Later, when the world was in chaos,
“驻京设于桥东50里，遇春夏读书，秋冬涉猎，以待天下清平，方出仕耳。不意朝廷只孤为典军校尉，遂更其意，专欲为国家讨贼立功。”
I built a jingshi 50 miles east of Chiao, intending to study in the spring and summer, and hunt in the autumn and winter, waiting for the world to be peaceful before becoming an official. Unexpectedly, the imperial court recruited an orphan to serve as a captain in the Jian army, so he changed his mind and wanted to serve the country against thieves.
“屠死后，得题墓道曰：汉故征西将军曹侯之墓，平生愿足矣。念自讨董卓，剿黄巾以来，除袁术，破吕布，灭袁绍，定刘表，遂平天下。”
After Tu's death, he had to inscribe on his tomb, "The tomb of Chao Ho, the former general of the Han dynasty who conquered the West. I want to conquer Dong Zhuo and suppress the Yellow Turbans, eliminate Yuan Shu, defeat Lu Bu, destroy Yuan Shao, and conquer Lu Biao, thus bringing peace to the world."
身为宰相，人臣之贵已极，又复何望在？如国家无辜一人，正不知几人称帝，几人称王。或见孤权重，妄相忖夺，遗孤有一心，此大谬也。
Being a prime minister and a minister is extremely noble, so what more can you expect? If there is no single person in the country, I don't know how many people are called emperors and how many people are called kings. Perhaps seeing Gu's weight, one may misunderstand one another and suspect that Gu has different intentions. This is a big fallacy.
孤常念孔子称文王之治得此言，耿耿在心。但欲孤委捐兵众，归咎所封武平侯之国，实不可耳。诚恐一解兵柄，为人所害，孤败则国家轻危。
I often think of Confucius' words about King Wen's great virtue, which are always in my heart. However, it is unreasonable to go back to the country where you have been entrusted with the title of Marquis Wu Ping. You are afraid that if you remove the troops, you will be harmed by others. If you lose alone, the country will be in danger.
是以不得慕虚名而处实祸，也诸公必无之孤异者。众皆起拜曰：虽伊尹、周公，不及丞相矣。后人有诗曰：周公恐惧流言日。
Therefore, you must not cherish a false reputation and cause real disasters, and all the lords will be ignorant and lonely. Everyone stood up and worshipped, saying, although Yi and Zhou Gong are not as good as the prime minister. There is a poem from later generations that says, the Duke of Zhou is afraid of the day of rumors.
王莽迁攻下士时，假使当年身便死，一生真未有谁知。曹操连饮数杯，不觉沉醉，唤左右捧过笔砚，意欲作铜雀台诗。刚才下笔，忽报
If Wang Mang, a humble corporal, died that year, who knows the truth of his life? Cao Cao drank several cups in a row and became intoxicated. He called his left and right men to hold pens and inkstones, and he also wanted to write poems on the Bronze Bird Terrace. Just as I was writing, I suddenly reported.
东吴使华歆表奏刘备为荆州牧孙权，以媚嫁刘备，汉上9郡大半已属备矣。操闻之，手脚慌乱，投笔于地。程昱曰：丞相在万军之中。
Hua Xian, the envoy of Su Chao, reported that Liu Bei was the shepherd of Jingzhou. Sun Quan married his sister to Liu Bei, and most of the 9 counties in Han Dynasty belonged to Bei. When Chao heard this, he panicked and wrote on the ground. Qingyu said, the prime minister is among the thousands of troops.
史时交攻之际，未尝动心。今闻刘备得了荆州，何故如此失惊？操曰：刘备人中之龙也，生平未尝得水。今得荆州，是困龙入大海矣。
When we were fighting with arrows and stones, we were not moved. Now that we heard that Liu Bei had captured Jingzhou, why were we so frightened? Cao Cao said, Liu Bei is a dragon among men. He has never tasted water in his life. Now that we have captured Jingzhou, we have trapped the dragon into the sea.
孤安的不动心哉程昱曰：丞相知华歆来意否？操曰：未知。昱曰：孙权本计刘备，欲以兵攻之，但恐丞相乘虚而击，故令华歆为使。
Qingyu said, does the prime minister know Hua Xian's intention for coming? Chao said, I don't know. You said, Sun Quan originally feared Liu Bei and wanted to attack him with troops, but he was afraid that the prime minister would take advantage of his weakness to attack, so he ordered Hua Xian as the envoy.
表见刘备乃安倍之心，以塞丞相之望耳。操点头曰：是也。欲曰：某有一计，使孙刘自相吞并，丞相乘间图之，一鼓而二敌俱破。
Recommending Liu Bei is to protect the Prime Minister's attention. Cao Cao nodded and said, yes. You said, someone has a plan to annex Sun and Lu Zi. The Prime Minister will take advantage of it and defeat both enemies with one drum.
操大喜，遂问其计。程昱曰：东吴所疑者，周瑜也。丞相今表奏周瑜为南郡太守，程普为江夏太守，刘化新在朝重用之，于必自与刘备为仇敌矣。
Chao was overjoyed and asked about his plan. Qing Yu said, the person Dongwu relies on is Zhou Yu. The Prime Minister now declares that Zhou Yu is the governor of Nanjun, Qing Pu is the governor of Jiangxia, and Hua Xian is left to be used in the court. You will definitely become enemies with Liu Bei.
我乘其相并，而图之不亦善乎？操曰：仲德之言，正合孤意。遂召华歆上台，重加赏赐。当日言散，操即引文武回许昌。
Isn't it a good idea for me to take advantage of their merging? Cao Cao said, Zhongda's words are exactly what Gu meant. So he called Hua Xian to the stage and gave him heavy rewards. After the banquet was over that day, Cao Cao led the civil and military officials back to Xuchang.
表奏周瑜为总领南郡太守，程普为江夏太守，封华歆为大理少卿，留在许都。使命至东吴，周瑜、程普各受职器。周瑜既领南郡，欲思报仇。
It was reported that Zhou Yu was appointed as the commander-in-chief of Nanjun and Qingpu was appointed as the governor of Jiangxia. Hua Xian was granted the title of Shaoqing of Dali and stayed in Shudu. The mission was sent to Suqiao, where Zhou Yu and Qingpu each completed their duties. After Zhou Yu took charge of Nanjun, he began to think more and more about revenge.
遂上书吴侯，启令鲁肃去讨还荆州。孙权乃命肃曰：汝昔保借荆州与刘备，今被千言不还，等待何时？肃曰：文书上明白写着。
Then he wrote to the Marquis of Wu and asked Lu Su to return Jingzhou. Sun Quan then ordered Su to say, You used to lend money to Jingzhou and Liu Bei, but now I have postponed the return. How long will you wait? Su said, It is clearly written in the document.
得了西川，便还权敕曰：只说取西川，到今又不动兵，不等老了人。肃曰：某愿往言之。遂乘船投荆州而来。
After taking Sichuan, he returned the power and scolded him, only talked about taking Sichuan. But so far I haven't moved the army, and I won't wait until I get old. Su said, I am willing to say it. Then he took a boat and came to Jingzhou.
却说玄德与孔明在荆州广聚粮草，调练军马，远近之事多归之。忽报鲁肃道：“玄德问孔明曰：‘子敬此来何意？’孔明曰：
However, it is said that Xuanda and Kongming gathered grain and grass in Jingzhou to train their troops and horses, and many people from near and far returned there. Suddenly it was reported that Lu Su had arrived. Xuanda asked Kongming, What's the purpose of Zijing coming here? Kongming said,
左者孙权表主公为荆州牧，此事据曹操之计。操封周瑜为南郡太守，此欲令我两家自相吞并，他好于中取势也。今鲁肃此来。
Yesterday, Sun Quan told me that my lord was the shepherd of Jingzhou. This was because he was afraid of Cao Cao's plan. Cao Cao appointed Zhou Yu as the governor of Nanjun. He wanted to make our two families annex each other, so he could take advantage of it. Now Lu Su is here.
又是周瑜既受太守之职，要来索荆州之意。玄德曰：“何以答之？”孔明曰：“若速提起荆州之事，主公便放声大哭，哭到悲切之处。”
It is also because Zhou Yu wanted to come to Jingzhou to visit Jingzhou since he was appointed as the governor. Xuanda said, Why should I answer that? Kongming said, When Ruosa mentioned the incident in Jingzhou, my lord burst into tears. Cry to the point of sorrow.
亮子出来解劝，计会已定，接鲁肃入府，礼毕，续坐。肃曰：“今日皇叔做了东吴女婿，便是鲁肃主人，如何敢做？”玄德笑曰：
Liang Zi came out to explain. The planning meeting has been decided. He will take Lu Su into the mansion. After the ceremony, he will sit down. Su said, Today the emperor's uncle has become the son-in-law of Su Chao, and he is the master of Lu Su. How dare you sit down? Xuanda said with a smile.
“子敬与我旧交，何必太谦？”肃乃就坐。茶罢，肃曰：“今奉吴侯君命，专为荆州一事而来。皇叔已借住多时，未蒙见还。今既两家结亲。”
Why should Zijing be too humble as an old friend of mine? Su Nai sat down. After tea, Su said, I have been ordered by Wu Hojun to come here specifically for the matter in Jingzhou. The emperor's uncle has stayed here for a long time and has not been seen back. now that the two families are getting married.
当看亲情面上早早交付。玄德闻言，掩面大哭。肃经曰：“皇叔何故如此？”玄德哭声不绝。孔明从屏后出曰：“量听之久矣。”
Deliver early for family reasons. When Schwanda heard this, he covered his face and burst into tears. He was shocked and said, "Why is your uncle like this?" Schwanda cried endlessly. Kong Ming came out from behind the screen and said, "I have been listening to you for a long time."
子敬知吾主人哭的缘故吗？肃曰：“某实不知。”孔明曰：“有何难见？当初我主人借荆州时，许下取得西川便还。仔细想来
Does Zijing know the reason why my master is crying? Su said, "I really don't know." Kong Ming said, "Why is it difficult to see? When my master borrowed Jingzhou, he promised to return it when he got Sichuan." Thinking about it carefully,
「益州刘璋是我主人之地，一般都是汉朝骨肉。若要兴兵去取他城池时，恐被外人唾骂；若要不取，还了荆州，何处安身？若不还时，
Lu Zhang of Yizhou is my master's younger brother, and he is generally of Han Dynasty flesh and blood. If you want to raise troops to take his city, you may be reviled by outsiders. If you don't take it and return Jingzhou, where can you live? If you don't pay it back,
于尊就面上又不好看，事实两难，因此泪出痛肠。孔明说罢，触动玄德衷肠，真个捶胸顿足，放声大哭。鲁肃劝曰：“皇叔且休烦恼。”
Uncle Yuzun was in a dilemma because he didn't look good on his face, so he burst into tears. After Kong Ming said this, Schwanda was so moved that he beat his chest and stamped his feet and burst into tears. Lu Su advised, "Uncle, please stop worrying."
与孔明从长计议。孔明曰：“有樊子敬回见吴侯，勿惜一言之劳，将此烦恼情节恳告吴侯，再容几时？”肃曰：“倘吴侯不从，如之奈何？”
Discuss with Kong Ming. Kong Ming said, "Zijing is troublesome. I will see Wu Ho again. I will not hesitate to say a word. Please inform Wu Ho about this troublesome situation. How long will it be tolerated?" Su said, "If Wu Ho does not comply, as in what can I do?"
孔明曰：“吴侯既以亲妹聘嫁皇叔，安得不从乎？”望子敬善言回复。鲁肃是个宽仁长者，见玄德如此哀痛，只得应允。玄德 孔明拜谢。
Kong Ming said, since Wu Hou offered his own sister to marry the emperor's uncle, and Do will not agree to it? I hope Zijing can give a kind reply. Lu Su was a tolerant elder. Seeing Xuanda's grief, he had no choice but to agree. Xuanda and Kong Ming thank you.
燕必送鲁肃下船，径到柴桑，见了周瑜，具言其事。周瑜顿足曰：“子敬又中诸葛亮之计也。当初刘备依刘表时，常有吞并之意。”
After the banquet, Lu Su was sent off the ship. I went to Chai Sang, where I met Zhou Yu and told him what happened. Zhou Yu paused and said, Zijing fell into Zhuge Liang's plan again. When Liu Bei followed Liu Biao, he always had the intention of annexing him.
何况西川刘璋乎4次推调，未免累积老兄矣。吾有一计，使诸葛亮不能出吾算中，子敬便当一行。肃曰：“愿闻妙策。”瑜曰：
What's more, Sichuan Lu Zhang seems to be making this suggestion, which will inevitably affect my brother. I have a plan to prevent Zhuge Liang from getting out of my way. Zijing made lunch for his party. Su said, I would like to hear some wonderful advice. You said,
子敬不必去见吴侯，再去荆州对刘备说：“孙、刘两家既结为亲，便是一家。若刘氏不忍去取西川，我东吴起兵去赶，取得西川时，以作价资。”
Zijing didn't have to go to see the Marquis of Wu before he went to Jingzhou and said to Liu Bei, the Sun and Lu families are one family as soon as they are married. If the Lu family cannot bear to take Sichuan, Dong Wu will raise an army and dare to take Sichuan as dowry.
却把荆州交还东吴。肃曰：“西川条地，取之非易。都督此计，莫非不可。”余笑曰：“子敬真长者也。你道我真个去取西川与他，我只以此为名。”
But he returned Jingzhou to Wu Su and said, Sichuan is so far away that it is not easy to get it. Is it necessary for the governor to make this plan? You smiled and said, Zijing Jinjin is an elder. Do you think I really want to get Sichuan and him? I am only named after this.
时欲去取荆州，且叫他不做准备。东吴军马收川，路过荆州，就问他索要钱粮，刘备必然出城劳军。那时乘势杀之，夺取荆州，雪无之恨。
If you really want to go to Jingzhou, teach him not to make preparations. The troops of Su Chao were returning to Sichuan and passed by Jingzhou, so they asked him for money and food. Liu Bei would definitely go out of the city to work for the army. At that time, I took advantage of the situation to kill him and capture Jingzhou, extinguishing my hatred.
“解足下之祸，鲁肃大喜，便再往荆州来。玄德与孔明商议。孔明曰：“鲁肃必不曾见吴侯，只道柴桑和周瑜商量了甚计策，来诱我耳。”
Lu Su was overjoyed and went back to Jingzhou. Xuanda discussed with Kong Ming. Kong Ming said, Lu Su must have never met the Marquis of Wu. He only came to Chaisang to discuss strategies with Zhou Yu to seduce me.
但说的话，主公只看我点头，便满口应承。计会已定。鲁肃入见，礼毕，曰：“吴侯甚是称赞皇叔圣德，遂与诸将商议，起兵替皇叔收川。”
But my lord just looked at me and nodded my head and agreed. The plan has been decided. Lu Su came to see him. After the ceremony, he said, the Marquis of Wu praised the emperor's uncle very much for his virtue, so he discussed with the generals and raised troops to take over Sichuan for the emperor's uncle.
取了西川，却换荆州，以西川全当价资。但军马经过，却忘应些钱粮。孔明听了，忙点头曰：“难得吴侯好心。”玄德拱手称谢曰：“
He took Sichuan but exchanged it for Jingzhou, using Sichuan power as dowry. But the troops and horses passed by, hoping for some money and food. After hearing this, Kong Ming nodded quickly and said, It's rare that Marquis Wu is so kind. Xuanda cupped his hands in thanks and said,
此皆子敬善言之力。”孔明曰：“如雄师到日，即当远接犒劳。”鲁肃暗喜，宴罢辞回。玄德问孔明曰：“此事何意？”孔明大笑曰：“
These are all sons who respect the power of good words. Kong Ming said, If a great army arrives, it should be received from afar and rewarded. Lu Su was secretly happy and said goodbye after the banquet. Xuanda asked Kong Ming, What does this mean? Kong Ming laughed and said,
周瑜死日尽以这等计策，小儿也瞒不过。”玄德又问如何，孔明曰：“此乃假图灭国之计也。虚名木川，实取荆州，等主公出城劳军。”
Zhou Yu's death is approaching, and such a plan cannot be hidden from a child. Xuanda asked again, and Kong Ming said, This is a plan to destroy Gua in a false way. It is called Muchuan in vain, but it is actually to capture Jingzhou. When the Lord leaves the city to work.
乘势拿下，杀入城来。 攻其不备，出其不意也。玄德曰：如之奈何？孔明曰：主公宽心，只顾准备倭弓以擒猛虎，安排香饵以钓鳌鱼。
Take advantage of the situation and attack the city, attacking it unprepared and taking it by surprise. Xuanda said, What can Ruji do? Kong Ming said, My lord is relieved and just prepares the nest bough to catch the tiger, and arranges the fragrant bait to catch the trout.
等周瑜到来，他便不死，也9分无气。便唤赵云听计，如此如此，其余我自有摆布。玄德大喜。后人有诗云：周瑜决策取荆州。
When Zhou Yu arrives, he will not die and will be 9 points lifeless. Then he called Zhao Yun to listen to the plan. This is it. I will be at my own mercy for the rest. Xuanda was overjoyed. Later generations wrote a poem. Zhou Yu decided to take Jingzhou.
诸葛先知第一筹指望长江香饵稳，不知暗里钓鱼钩。却说鲁肃回见周瑜，说得玄德、孔明欢喜一节，准备出城劳军。周瑜大笑曰：
The prophet Zhuge first hoped that the Yangtze River's fragrant bait would be stable, but he didn't know the secret fishing hook. But Lu Su met Zhou Yu later and said that Xuanda and Kong Ming were having a great time and were preparing to leave the city to work for the army. Zhou Yu laughed and said,
原来金帆也中了无计，便叫鲁肃禀报吴侯，并遣程普引军接应。周瑜此时箭疮已见平愈，身躯无事，使甘宁为先锋，自与徐盛、丁奉为第二。
It turns out that my plan fell into my trap this time, so I asked Lu Su to report to the Marquis of Wu, and sent Xing Pu to lead the army to meet him. At this time, Zhou Yu's arrow sores had gradually healed, and he was fine. He sent Gan Ning to be the vanguard, and he and Su Sheng and Ding Feng was ranked second.
凌统、吕蒙为后队，水陆大兵5万，往荆州而来。周瑜在船中时复欢笑，以为孔明中计。前军至下口，周瑜问：荆州有人在前面接否？人报
Lingtong Lu Meng was in the rear, with 50,000 land and sea troops, coming to look at Jingzhou. Zhou Yu was in the boat, laughing again and again, thinking that Kong Ming had fallen into a trap. When the former army arrived at Xiakou, Zhou Yu asked, Is there anyone in Jingzhou to take over? People's Daily reported.
刘皇叔使糜竺来见都督于浣治，问劳军如何。糜竺曰：主公皆准备安排下了。瑜曰：皇叔何在？竺曰：在荆州城门外相等。
Uncle Lu Huang sent me Zhu to see the governor, Yu, and asked how Lao Jun was doing. Mi Zhu said, My lord, everything is ready. You said, Where is your uncle? Zhu said, We are waiting outside the gate of Jingzhou City.
与都督把盏于曰：今为汝家之事，出兵远征，劳军之礼，休得轻易。糜竺领了言语先回，战船秘密排在江上，依次而进，看看至公安。
He told the governor, Ba Zhanyu, It is your family's business to send out troops for an expedition. The courtesy of laboring troops cannot be taken lightly. Mi Zhu received the words and went back first. The warships were lined up densely on the river, and they entered one after another until they reached the police station.
并无一支军船，又无一人远接。周瑜催船速行，离荆州10余里，只见江面上静荡荡的。哨探的回报，荆州城上插2面白旗，并不见一人之影。
There was not a single warship and no one approaching. Zhou Yu urged the ship to move quickly. More than 10 miles away from Jingzhou, I saw nothing but calmness on the river. The sentries report, 2 white flags were planted on Jingzhou City, but no one was seen.
于心一觉把船傍岸，亲自上岸乘马，带了甘宁、徐盛、丁奉一班军官，因亲随京军3000人，竟往荆州来。既至城下，并不见动静。于内驻马。
Yuzhen Suijiao pulled the boat to the shore, rowed ashore in person, and took a group of officers including Gan Ning, Su Sheng, and Ding Feng, along with 3,000 elite troops, to look towards Jingzhou. Once they arrived at the city, there was no movement. Yu reined in the horse.
令军士叫门城上问是谁人。吴军答曰：“是东吴周都督亲自在此。”言未毕，忽一声梆子响，城上军一齐都竖起枪刀。敌楼上赵云出曰：
The sergeant called to the gate to ask who it was. Wu Jun replied, It is the governor of Eastern Wu and Zhou who is here in person. Before he finished speaking, there was a bang of a clapper, and all the troops on the city raised their spears and knives. Zhao Yun came out from the enemy tower and said,
都督此行端地为何？余曰：吾替汝逐取西川，汝岂犹未知也？云曰：孔明军师已知都督假图灭国之计，故留赵云在此。吾主公有言。
What's the reason for the governor's trip? You said, I'm taking Sichuan for your lord. Why don't you still know about it? Yun said, the military advisor Kong Ming knew about the governor's false plan to destroy Gua, so he left Zhao Yun here. My lord, it is said.
孤与刘璋 皆汉室宗亲，安忍备役而取西川。若汝东吴端的取蜀，吾当披发入山，不失信于天下也。周瑜闻之，勒马便回。只见一人打着令字旗。
Gu and Lu Zhang are both clan members of the Han dynasty. How could they endure betrayal and take Sichuan? If you take Shu at Dongwu Duan, I will go into the mountains with my hair spread out and not break my faith in the world. When Zhou Yu heard this, he reined in his horse and returned. He saw only one man holding a command flag.
于马前报说，探得4路军马一齐杀到，关某从江陵杀来，张飞从秭归杀来，黄忠从公安杀来，魏延从禅陵小路杀来，4路正不知多少军马。
Yumaqian reported that 4 groups of soldiers and horses were discovered and killed together. Guan came from Jiangling to kill. Zhang Fei came from Sister Gui to kill. Huang Zhong came from Gongan. Wei Yan came from Shaoling Xiaolu. And the 4 groups were unaware. How many troops and horses?
喊声远近，震动100余里，皆言要捉周瑜。于马上大叫一声，箭疮复裂，坠于马下。正是依着其高难对敌，几番算定总成控。
The shouts shook the city for more than 100 miles, and everyone said they wanted to capture Zhou Yu. Yu immediately shouted loudly, and the arrow cracked again and fell to the horse's feet. It was exactly. A chess move is difficult to face against the enemy, but several calculations always come up empty.
未知性命如何，且看下文分解。第57回，柴三口卧龙吊桑耒阳县凤雏李氏。却说周瑜怒气填胸，坠于马下，左右急救归船。军事传说
It is unknown what life will be like and will be broken down below. Chapter 57 Wulong in Shisenku mourns the death of director Feng Chu of Leyang County. However, it is said that Zhou Yu was filled with anger and fell under his horse. He was rescued and returned to the ship. Sergeant Legend.
玄德孔明在前山顶上饮酒取乐，于大怒，咬牙切齿曰：“你道我取不得西川，无事取之。”正恨间，人报吴侯遣弟孙瑜到，周瑜接入。
Xuanda and Kongming were drinking and having fun on the top of Qianshan Mountain. Yu was furious, gritted his teeth and said, "You said I can't get Sichuan, I swear to get it." In anger, people reported that Wu Ho sent his younger brother Sun Yu to arrive. Zhou Yu connected.
据言其事孙瑜曰：“吾奉兄命来助都督，遂令催军前行。行至巴丘，人报上留有刘封、关平2人领军截住水路。周瑜欲怒。
Sun Yu said in detail, I have been ordered by my brother to help the governor." Then he ordered the army to move forward. When they arrived at Baiqiu, people reported that Lu Feng and Guan Ping were leading the army to block the waterway. Zhou Yu became even more angry.
"忽又报孔明遣人送书至周瑜拆封事之。书曰：汉军师中郎将诸葛亮致书于东吴大都督公瑾先生麾下，亮自柴桑一别，至今恋恋不忘。"
Suddenly it was reported that Kong Ming sent someone to deliver the letter to Zhou Yu to open it and inspect it. The book says, Zhuge Liang, the commander-in-chief of the Han army, wrote to Mr. Gong Jin, the governor of the Eastern Wu dynasty. Liang said goodbye to Chai Sang and has never forgotten him.
闻足下欲取西川亮窃以为不可。益州民强地险，刘璋虽暗弱，足以自守。今劳师远征，转运万里，欲收全功，虽吴起不能定其归。
Hearing that his subordinates wanted to steal Nishikawa Yang, they thought it was impossible. The people of Izhou were strong and the land was dangerous, so although Lu Zhang was weak, he was able to defend himself. Now I am going on an expedition, traveling thousands of miles, and want to achieve full success. Although Wu Qi cannot determine the rules.
"孙武不能善其后，也曹操失利于赤壁，致起须臾忘报仇哉！今足下兴兵远征，倘操乘虚而至，江南齑焚矣。亮不忍作事，特此告之。幸垂召见。"
Sun Wu couldn't take care of the situation and Cao Cao was defeated in Chibi. Why should he forget to take revenge for a moment? Now we are raising troops for an expedition. If Cao takes advantage of the situation, the south of the Yangtze River will be destroyed. Liang can't bear to sit back and watch, and hereby informs you. Fortunately, I learned from it.
"周瑜览必长叹一声，唤左右取纸笔作书上吴侯，乃聚众将曰：吾非不欲尽忠报国，乃天命已决矣。汝等善事吴侯，共成大业。言讫。"
After Zhou Yu finished reading, he sighed deeply and called his left and right to get paper and pen to write a book for the Marquis of Wu. Then he gathered all the generals and said, "I don't want to serve the country with all my loyalty, but my destiny is over. You have done good deeds for the Marquis of Wu, and together we will accomplish great things." After saying this,
"昏厥徐徐又醒，仰天长叹曰：既生瑜，何生亮？连教数声而亡，寿36岁。后人有诗叹曰：赤壁宜雄烈，青年有俊声。弦歌之雅意。
He slowly woke up again after falling into a coma, looked up to the sky and sighed, How can there be light when there is you? He screamed several times and died. Lives to 36 years. Later generations wrote a poem that said, Red Cliff has left a heroic legacy, and the youth has a handsome voice. String songs know the elegant meaning.
“杯酒谢良朋，曾夜3000壶，长驱10万兵。巴丘终命处，凭吊欲伤情。周瑜停丧于巴丘，众将将所遗书间，遣人飞报孙权。权闻于死。”
Thank you, Liangpeng, for a glass of wine. I once visited 3,000 dendrobium trees and often drove 100,000 soldiers. At the place where Baikiu died, he felt sad because of his condolences. Zhou Yu stopped to mourn in Baikiu. The generals sealed the documents left behind and sent people to report to Sun Quan. Quan heard that you died.
放声大哭，差使其书，乃见鲁肃以自代也。书略曰：“予以凡才，何蒙殊遇，委任负心，统御兵马，敢不竭股肱之力，以图报效。奈此生不测。”
Weeping loudly, he opened his book and read it, recommending Lu Su to replace him. The book outline says, Yu, with his extraordinary talents and special circumstances, entrusts his confidants to command the troops and horses, and dares to exert all his strength in order to achieve results. Unexpected life and death.
修短有命，余志未展；微躯已陨，遗恨何及？方今曹操在北，疆场未尽，刘备既遇，有司阳虎，天下之事尚未可知。此正朝事干时之秋。
I have a short life, but my ambition has not yet been developed. My body has died. How deep my regret is. Now Cao Cao is in the north, and the battlefield is not yet quiet. Liu Bei is staying at his residence, which is like raising a tiger, and the affairs of the world are not yet known. This is the autumn of the imperial eclipse.
至尊垂虑之日，也鲁肃忠烈，临事不苟，可以待于之任。人之将死，其言也善。倘蒙垂鉴，于死不朽矣。孙权览毕，哭曰：“公仅有王佐之才。”
On the day when the Supreme Being is concerned, Lu Su is loyal and meticulous, so he can take over Yu's duties. When a person is about to die, his words are also good. If you learn from this, you will be immortal. After Sun Quan finished reading, he cried and said, Gong Jin has the talent of a king's assistant.
今乎短命而死，孤何赖哉？既遗书特见子敬，孤敢不从之。即日便命鲁肃为都督，总统兵马，一面叫发周瑜灵柩回葬。却说孔明在荆州。
Why should I live a short life and die alone now? Since the suicide note specifically recommended Zijing, I dare not follow it. Immediately, I ordered Lu Su to be the governor and president of the army. I also taught Zhou Yu's coffin to be buried. But he said that Kong Ming was in Jingzhou.
夜观天文见将星坠地，乃笑曰：“周瑜死矣。”至晓，告于玄德。玄德使人探之，果然死了。玄德问孔明曰：“周瑜既死，还当如何？”孔明曰：
Watching astronomy at night and seeing the stars falling to the ground, he laughed and said, Zhou Yu is dead. At dawn, he informed Xuanda. Xuanda sent people to investigate, and he was indeed dead. Xuanda asked Kong Ming, Since Zhou Yu is dead, what should I do? Kong Ming said,
待于领兵者，必鲁肃也。亮观天象，将星聚于东方。亮当以吊丧为由，往江东走一遭，就寻贤士佐助主公。玄德曰：
The one who leads the army on behalf of you must be Lu Su. Liang observes the sky and gathers the stars in the east. Liang should express his condolences. Go to the east of the Yangtze River and look for the wise man Sa to assist the Lord. Xuanda said,
只恐吴中将士加害于先生孔明曰：余在之日，亮犹不惧，今余已死，又何患乎？乃与赵云引500军，据纪里，下船赴巴丘吊丧。
I am just afraid that the generals of Wuzhong will harm my husband. Kong Ming said, When Yu was alive, I was not afraid of the bright sun. Now that Yu is dead, why bother? So he and Zhao Yun led 500 troops, carried out rituals, disembarked and went to Baiqiu to mourn.
余路探听的孙权已令鲁肃为都督周瑜灵柩，以回柴桑。孔明径至柴桑，鲁肃以礼迎接。周瑜部将皆欲杀孔明，因见赵云带剑相随，不敢下手。
Yulu inquired and learned that Sun Quan had ordered Lu Su to be the governor. Zhou Yu's coffin had returned to Chaisang. Kong Ming walked to Chaisang and was greeted by Lu Su with courtesy. Zhou Yu's generals all wanted to kill Kong Ming, but they didn't dare to do it because they saw Zhao Yun accompanying him with a sword.
孔明交涉祭物于陵前，亲自奠酒，跪于地下，读祭文曰：“呜呼，公瑾，不幸夭亡。修短故天，人岂不伤？我心实痛，泪久亦伤，君岂有灵？”
Kong Mingjiao set up sacrifices and offered libations in front of the spirit. He knelt on the ground and read the memorial text. O Gong Jin, unfortunately he died young. Wouldn't it hurt people if they shortened the old heaven? My heart is really aching, and I have a glass of wine. You are so spiritual.
想我征长调军右学，以教伯服，仗义疏财，让社以民。调军若冠，万里蓬团，定建霸业，割据江南。调军壮丽，远镇巴丘，景生怀虑，讨逆无忧。
I enjoy my time, try to pay tribute to your young learning, and pay it to Bofu. I am generous, and I am willing to give up to the people. Hanging the king's crown is weak, and the wind is flying thousands of miles away, establishing hegemony and separatist rule in the south of the Yangtze River. The emperor is strong, and Baekyu is far away. The scenery rises and worries, and there is no need to worry about rebellion.
调军风度加配小乔，汉臣之序不愧当朝。调军气概，建祖纳制，使不垂翅，终能奋毅。调军鄱阳，蒋干来说，挥洒自如，雅量高致。调军宏才。
The emperor's wealth is a good match for Xiao Qiao. The son-in-law of a Han minister is worthy of the dynasty. He has the spirit of the emperor and accepts advice. He does not hang his wings at first, but he can finally fly up. Diaojuan Poyang, Jiang Qian said, free and elegant, high ambition. Congratulations to you and your talents.
文武筹略，火攻破敌，挽强为弱。想君当年，雄姿英发，哭君早逝，辅帝流血。忠义之心，英灵之气，命中三计，名垂百世。哀君情切，愁肠千结。
Use civil and military strategies to defeat the enemy with fire and turn the strong into weak. I miss you when you were young, majestic and heroic. I cry that you died young and fell to the ground bleeding. With a loyal heart and a spirit of heroism, after 3 centuries of life, his name will be remembered for generations to come, with deep sorrow for the king and 1,000 knots of sorrow in his heart.
唯我肝胆悲无断绝。昊天昏暗，三军怆然，主为哀泣，有为泪连。亮也不才，盖计求谋，助无惧曹，辅汉安流。犄角之源，首尾相酬，若存若亡。
But my liver and gallbladder are still filled with sorrow. The sky is dark and the 3 armies are in despair. The Lord is weeping, the friends are weeping. Liang is not talented, he begs for advice. He helps Wu to resist Chao, and assists Han to secure Lu. He provides support from the corner, and looks at each other from head to tail, whether they survive or die.
何虑何忧，呜呼公瑾。生死永别，仆守其真，明明灭灭，浑如有灵。以见我心，从此天下更无知音。呜呼痛哉！夫为上想，孔明既毕。
Why worry? Hug Gongjin. Farewell to life and death. Just keep your chastity, let it disappear forever. Your soul is as if it has a spirit, to learn from my heart. From now on, there will be no more sound in the world. Oh, what a pain! Fu Wei is still delicious. Kong Ming's sacrifice is over.
伏地大哭，泪如涌泉，哀痛不已。众将相谓曰：“人尽道公瑾与孔明不睦，今观其祭奠之情，人皆虚言也。”鲁肃见孔明如此悲切，亦为感伤。
He fell to the ground and cried like a fountain, mourning endlessly. The generals said to each other, "Everyone knows that Gong Jin is not on good terms with Kong Ming." Looking at his memorial ceremony, everyone is talking nonsense. Seeing Kong Ming's sadness, Lu Su was also sentimental.
自私曰：“孔明自是多情，乃公瑾量窄，自取死耳。”后人有诗叹曰：“卧龙南阳睡未醒，又天烈要下书城。苍天既已生公瑾，尘世何须出孔明。”
I thought Kong Ming was naturally sentimental, but Gong Jin was narrow-minded, and he killed himself. Later generations wrote a poem and sighed, "Wulong Nanyang sleeps before he wakes up," and another column is added to Shu City under the sun. Since Gong Jin has been born in the sky, why should Kong Ming be born in the world?
鲁肃设宴款待孔明，宴罢，孔明辞回。方欲下船，只见江边一人道袍竹冠，皂绦素履，一手揪住孔明，大笑曰：“汝气死周郎，却又来吊笑。”
Lu Su hosted a banquet in honor of Kong Ming, but Kong Ming resigned and returned. Just as he was about to get off the boat, he saw a man by the river wearing a bamboo crown, soap sash, and plain shoes. He grabbed Kong Ming with one hand and laughed loudly and said, "You are so angry with Mr. Zhou, yet you come here to express your filial piety."
明期东吴无人也，孔明即是其人，乃凤雏先生庞统也。孔明亦大笑，两人携手登舟，各诉心事。孔明乃留书一封于统，主曰：
Ming deceived no one in Suchao, and Kong Ming was anxious to see this person, Mr. Feng Chu, Pang Tong. Kong Ming also laughed. The two boarded the boat hand in hand and shared their concerns. Kong Ming then left a letter to Tong, instructing,
吾料孙仲谋必不能重用足下，稍有不如意，可来荆州共扶玄德。此人宽仁厚德，必不负公平生之所学。同允诺而别，孔明自回荆州。
I expect that Sun Zhongmo will not be able to reuse his subordinates. If there is any dissatisfaction with him, he can come to Jingzhou to help Xuanda. This man is generous and kind, and he will live up to what he has learned in his life. Tong agreed and said goodbye, and Kongming returned to Jingzhou.
却说鲁肃送周瑜灵柩至芜湖，孙权接着哭祭于前，命厚葬于本乡。余有2男1女，长男荀，次男印，全皆后续之。鲁肃曰：“肃碌碌庸才。”
However, it is said that Lu Su sent Zhou Yu's coffin to Sun Quan in Wuhu to take it over. He cried and offered sacrifices in front of him, and ordered him to be buried well in his hometown. Yu has 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son is Sun, and the second son is Yin. Quan is generous to them. Lu Su said, "Eliminate mediocrity and mediocrity."
乌蒙公瑾中箭，其实不称所职，愿举1人以助主公。此人上通天文，下晓地理，谋略不减于管乐，书机可并于孙吴。往日周公瑾多用其言。
I was mistakenly recommended by Gong Jin, but I am actually not qualified for the position. I would like to recommend someone to help the Lord. This person is knowledgeable about astronomy and geography. His strategy is not inferior to that of Guan and Yu, and he can be compared with Sun and Wu as a cardinal. In the past, Zhou Gongjin often used his words.
孔明一身服其志，现在江南，何不重用？权闻言大喜，便问此人姓名。肃曰：“此人乃襄阳人，姓庞，名统，字士元，道号凤雏先生。”权曰
Kongming was also convinced that his wisdom was now in Jiangnan. Why not reuse it? Quan was overjoyed when he heard this and asked the man's name. Su said, "This man is from Xiangyang. His surname is Pang, his given name is Tong, his courtesy name is Xiuan, and his Taoist name is Mr. Fengchu." Quan said,
"孤亦闻其名，久已今记在此，可即请来相见。”于是鲁肃邀请庞统入见孙权。施礼毕，权见其人浓眉纤鼻，黑面短髯，形容古怪，心中不喜。
"I have heard of his name for a long time, and since he is here now, please come and meet him immediately." So Lu Su invited Pang Tong to come and see Sun Quan. After giving the gift, Quan was unhappy when he saw that he had thick eyebrows and a raised nose, a dark face and a short beard, and a strange appearance.
乃问曰：“公平生所学，以何为主？”统曰：“不必拘执，随机应变。”权曰：“公之才学，比公瑾如何？”统笑曰：“某之所学。”
Nai asked, "What is the main point of what Gong Gong has learned?" Tong said, "Don't be rigid, just adapt to changes." Quan said, "How is Gong's talent and learning better than Gong Jin?" Tong smiled and said, "What I learned is so and so."
与公瑾大不相同，全平生最喜周瑜，见统轻之，心中欲不乐，乃谓统曰：“公且退。”待有用功之时，却来相请。统长叹一声而出。鲁肃曰
He was very different from Gong Jin. He liked Zhou Yu the most in his life. Seeing that Tong ignored him, he became even more unhappy. He said to Tong, "My lord, please retreat. When you are useful, I will come to invite you." Tong sighed and went out. Lu Su said,
主公何不用庞氏源泉曰：“狂士也，用之何益？”肃曰：“赤壁鏖兵之时，此人曾献连环策，成第一功。主公想必知之。”权曰
"Lord, why don't you use it?" Pang Shuangquan said, "A madman, what's the use of it?" Su said, "During the fierce battle at Chibi, this man once offered a series of strategies and achieved the first success. The Lord must know this." Quan said,
此时乃曹操自欲定传，未必此从之功也，无事不用之。鲁肃出谓庞统曰：“非素不见足下，奈吴侯不肯用功？公且耐些。”
At this time, Cao Cao wanted to nail the ship, but this may not be the result of this. "I swear that I will not use it." Lu Su came out to Pang Tong and said, "If I am not Su, I will not recommend him, but the Marquis of Wu refuses to use me. Please be patient."
统低头长叹，不语。肃曰：“公莫非无益于吴中乎？”统不答。肃曰：“公报匡济之才，何往不利？可实对肃言，将欲何往？”统曰
Tong bowed his head and sighed, saying solemnly, "Does the Lord have no intention of being in Wuzhong?" Tong did not answer. Su said, "If you have the talent of Guangji, what will happen to you? But what are you going to do with Su Yan?" Tong said,
吾欲投曹操去也。肃曰：“此明诸案头矣，可往荆州投刘皇叔，必然重用。”统曰：“统亦实欲如此，前言细耳。”肃曰：“某当作书奉见。”
"I want to surrender to Cao Cao," Yi Su said. "This pearl has been secretly surrendered. It can be surrendered to Uncle Lu Huang in Jingzhou, and it will definitely be put to good use." Tong said, "This is what Tong intends to do." The preface is funny. Su said, "A certain person is recommended as a book."
公府玄德、毕令孙、刘两家无相攻击，同力破曹。统曰：此某平生之素志也。乃求速说，竟往荆州来见玄德。此时孔明暗查4郡未回。
Gongfu Xuanda will definitely order the Sun and Lu families to attack each other and work together to defeat Chao. Tong said, this is the basic ambition of a certain person in his life. I asked for Su Shu. He went straight to Jingzhou to see Xuanda. At this time, Kongming inspected the 4 counties and did not return.
门吏传报江南名士庞统特来相投。玄德久闻统名，便叫请入相见。统见玄德，长揖不拜。玄德见统貌陋，心中亦不悦，乃问统曰：
An official reported that Pang Tong, a famous scholar from the south of the Yangtze River, came here to meet him. Xuanda heard about Tong's name for a long time and asked him to come in and meet him. When they all met Xuanda, they bowed but did not bow. Xuanda was displeased when he saw Tong's poor appearance, so he asked Tong,
足下远来，不意统不拿出鲁肃、孔明书投诚，但答曰：文皇叔招贤纳士，特来相投。玄德曰：荆楚稍定，苦无贤职。此去东北130里。
It's not easy for me to come from such a long distance. I didn't take out Lu Su's and Kong Ming's books to submit, but I replied, I heard that the emperor's uncle was looking for talented people, so I came here to help him. Xuanda said, Jingshu has been settled for a while, but I have no idle duties. This is 130 miles northeast.
有一县名耒阳县，缺一县宰，屈公人之。如后有缺，却当重用。统司玄德待我何薄，欲以才学动之，见孔明不在，只得勉强相辞而去。
There was a county named Liang County that was short of a county magistrate. Chu Gong appointed him. If there was a vacancy later, he should be given priority. Tong thought, Xuanda treats me so poorly. I wanted to learn from him with my talent, but when I saw that Kong Ming was not there, I had to reluctantly say goodbye and leave. 统到耒阳县，不理政事，终日饮酒为乐，一应钱粮辞送，并不理会。有人报知玄德，言庞统将耒阳县事尽废。玄德怒曰： When the commander-in-chief went to Liang County, he ignored political affairs and drank for fun all day long. He ignored the lawsuits for money and food. Someone reported to Xuanda that Pang Tong would abolish all affairs in Liang County. Xuanda said angrily, 庶如焉敢乱无法度，遂唤张飞吩咐，引从人去荆南诸县巡视。
如有不公不法者，就便纠问。恐于是有不明处，可与孙乾同去。张飞领了言语
How dare the Confucian scholar dare to mess with my laws? So he called Zhang Fei to pay for it and led his followers to inspect the counties in Jingnan. If there is any injustice or lawlessness, we will investigate it. If the matter is unclear, you can go with Sun Qian. Zhang Fei took the lead and said, "
与孙乾前至耒阳县军民官吏，皆出郭迎接，独不见县令。飞问曰：县令何在？同僚复曰：庞县令自到任及今，将100余日县中之事。
He and Sun Qian went to Liang County, where all the military and civilian officials came out to greet him, but the county magistrate was not seen. Fei asked, "Where is the county magistrate?" His colleague replied, "Since Magistrate Pang took office until now, for more than 100 days, the affairs in the county have been dealt with."
并不理问每日饮酒，自旦及夜，只在醉乡。今日宿酒未醒，犹卧不起。张飞大怒，欲擒之。孙乾曰：庞士元乃高明之人，未可轻忽。
I don't care about drinking every day. From dawn to night, I just stay in drunkenness. I haven't woken up from the hangover today, and I still can't sleep. Zhang Fei was furious and wanted to capture him. Sun Qian said, Pang Xiuan is a very smart man, should not be ignored.
且到县问之，如果于理不当，治罪未晚。飞乃入县，正厅上坐定，叫县令来见。统衣冠不整，服罪而出。飞怒曰：吾兄以汝为人。
If you go to the county and ask the question, if you are not justified, it is not too late to punish him. Fei Nai entered the county, sat down in the main hall, and asked the county magistrate to come to see him. Tong was disheveled and drunk and came out. Fei said angrily, My brother thinks of you as a human being.
令作县宰汝焉敢进废县事？统笑曰：将军以无废了县中何事？飞曰：汝到任100余日，终日在醉乡，安得不废政事？统曰：
How dare you, the county magistrate, abolish all county affairs? Tong laughed and said, General, why do you think I have abolished the county? Fei said, You have been in office for more than 100 days and have been in Zhuixiang all day long. How can you not neglect political affairs? Tong said,
"200里小县些小公事，何难决断？将军少坐，待我发落。随即换公吏，将100余日所积公务都取来剖断，历皆纷然击报案卷上听。"
It's hard to make a decision on some small official matters in a small county within 100 miles. General, please sit down and wait for me to comment. Then he called the officials and took all the official affairs accumulated in more than 100 days to make a decision. All the officials rushed to the hall carrying the case files.
诉辞被告人等环跪阶下，同手中批判，口中发落，耳内听词，曲直分明，并无分毫差错。民皆叩首拜服。不到半日，将100余日之事。
The defendant and others knelt down on the steps. The criticism is in the hands of the master, the words are spoken in the mouth, and the words are heard in the ears. The right and wrong are clear and there is no mistake. The people all kowtowed and bowed. In less than half a day, more than 100 days' work will be done.
尽断臂了，投笔于地，而对张飞曰：“所废之事何在？”曹操、孙权无视之，若掌上观文，量此小县，何足介意？飞大惊，下席谢曰：“先生大才。”
After finishing his sentence, he put his pen on the ground and said to Zhang Fei, "Where are the things that have been abolished? Cao Cao and Sun Quan, I regard them as if they were reading articles on the palm of my hand. How can I care about this small county?" Fei was shocked and went down to thank him. Said, "Sir, you are a great talent."
小子失敬，吾当于兄长处极力举荐。童乃将出鲁肃荐书。飞曰：“先生初见吾兄，何不将出？”童曰：“若便将出，似乎专辑荐书来干业矣。”
If you disrespect me, I will recommend you to your elder brother. Tong Nai will send out Lu Su's recommendation letter. Fei said, "Sir, it's the first time you meet my brother. Why don't you send him out?" Tong said, "If I am about to leave, I seem to have borrowed a letter of recommendation to pay my respects."
非故谓孙乾曰：“非公则是一大贤也。”遂辞统回荆州见玄德，据说庞统之才。玄德大惊曰：“屈待大贤，吾之过也。”非将鲁肃荐书呈上。
Fei Gu said to Sun Qian, "If you are not public, you will lose a great sage." So he resigned from Tong and returned to Jingzhou to meet Xuanda, who had the talent of Pang Tong. Xuanda was shocked and said, "It is my fault to treat the great sage so little." Fei Jiang presented Lu Su's letter of recommendation.
玄德差事之书略曰：“庞士元非百里之才，实处至中，别驾之任，适当斩其技足。如以貌取之，恐复所学，终为他人所用，实可惜也。”
Xuanda opened the book and said, "Pang Xiuan is not a talented person, so he can only show his talents when he is assigned the task of handling Zhongzhong and Beijia. If you judge it based on appearance, you may lose what you have learned and end up being used by others, which is a pity.
玄德看毕正在嗟叹，忽报孔明回。玄德接入，礼毕，孔明先明曰：“庞军师近日无恙否？”玄德曰：“近至耒阳县，好久费事。”孔明笑曰：
After seeing it, Xuanda was sighing when he suddenly reported back to Kongming. Xuanda came in, and after the ceremony, Kongming asked, "Is military advisor Pang okay these days?" Xuanda said, "I have been in charge of Leyang County for a long time, and it is a waste of time to drink." Kongming said with a smile,
是原非百里之才，胸中之学胜量10倍。亮曾有荐书在世园处，曾答主公否？玄德曰：“今日方得子敬书，却未见先生之书。”孔明曰：
Shi Yuan is not a man of hundreds of miles. The knowledge he has in mind is 10 times better than Liang. Liang once had a letter of recommendation in Shi Yuan's place. Did he reach the Lord? Xuanda said, "Today I got the letter of respect from my son, but I didn't see Mr. Book." Kongming said,
大贤若处小人，往往以酒糊涂，倦于世事。玄德曰：“若非吾弟所言，显失大贤。”随即令张飞往耒阳县，敬请庞统到荆州。玄德下阶请罪。
If a great sage is in a small position, he often drinks too much and becomes tired of seeing things. Xuanda said, "If it hadn't been for what my brother said, he would have lost the great sage." Then Zhang was ordered to fly to Leyang County to invite Pang Tong to Jingzhou. Xuanda went down to apologize.
统方将出孔明所见之书，玄德看书中之意，言奉除道日，宜即重用。玄德喜曰：“西司马得操言，伏龙、凤雏两人得一，可安天下。”
Tongfang will publish the book recommended by Kongming. Xuanda reads the meaning in the book, and says that when Fengchu arrives, it should be put into use immediately. Xuanda said happily, "In the past, Sima Dicao said, Fu Long and Feng Chu, if 2 people get one, they can bring peace to the world."
今吾二人皆得汉室可兴矣。遂拜庞统为副军师中郎将，与孔明共赞方略，教练军士，听候征伐。早有人报到许昌，言刘备有诸葛亮。
Now we both have the opportunity to prosper in the Han dynasty. So he worshipped Pang Tong as the deputy military advisor, Zhonglang general, and he agreed with Kongming on the strategy, coached the sergeants, and waited for the expedition. Someone had reported to Xuchang early, saying that Liu Bei had zhuge liang.
"庞统为谋士招军买马，积草屯粮，连结东吴，早晚必兴兵北伐。曹操闻之，遂聚众谋士，商议南征。荀攸进曰：周瑜新死，可先取孙权。"
Pang Tong recruited troops and horses for his advisors, accumulated grass and stored grain, and connected with Su Chao. Sooner or later he would launch an expedition to the north. When Cao Cao heard about it, he gathered his advisors to discuss the southern expedition. Sun Yujin said, "When Zhou Yu is dead, he can take Sun Quan first."
次公刘备操曰：我若远征，恐马腾来袭许都。前在赤壁之时，军中有讹言，一传西凉入寇之事，今不可不防也。荀攸曰：以余所见。
The next time he attacked Liu Beiqiao said, "If I go on an expedition, I am afraid that Ma Teng will attack Shudu." When we were at Red Cliff, there were rumors in the army, and there were also rumors that Xiliang was invaded. We must be on guard now. Sun Yu said, "From what a fool sees."
不若将赵家马腾为征南将军，实讨孙权，诱入京师，先除此人，则南征无患矣。操大喜，即日遣人击赵至西凉召马腾。却说腾自寿成。
If we had sent an imperial edict to Jiao Ma Teng as the general envoy for the southern expedition to attack Sun Quan and lure him into the capital, and get rid of this person first, then the southern expedition would be trouble-free. Chao was overjoyed and immediately sent people to Xiliang to summon Ma Teng. But he said that Teng was named Shoucheng.
汉伏波将军马援之后父名肃，字子硕，桓帝时为天水蓝干县尉，后师官流落陇西，与羌人杂处，遂娶羌女生腾。腾身长8尺，体貌雄毅。
After General Ma Yuan of Fubo of the Han Dynasty, his father's name was Su and his courtesy name was Zishua. During the reign of Emperor Huan, he was the captain of Langan County in Tianshui. He later lost his official position and lived in Longxi, where he mixed with the Chang people and married a Chang girl named Teng. The body is 8 feet long. The body is majestic.
秉性温良，人多敬之。灵帝末年，羌人多叛，腾招募民兵破之。初平中年，因讨贼有功，拜征西将军，与镇西将军韩遂为弟兄。当日奉诏，
People with a gentle nature respect him. In the last years of Emperor Ling's reign, many Chang people rebelled. So Ting recruited militiamen to defeat them. In the middle age of Chu Ping, because of his merits in fighting off thieves, he worshipped General Jingxi and became brothers with General Han Sui, General Jingxi. On that day, I received the edict.
乃与长子马超商议曰：吾自与董承受衣带诏以来，与刘玄德约共讨贼，不幸董承已死，玄德屡败。我又辟处西凉，未能协助玄德。
He discussed with his eldest son Ma Chao and said, Since I and Dong accepted the clothing edict, I made an appointment with Lu Xuanda to fight against the thieves. Unfortunately, Dong Cheng is dead and Xuanda has been defeated repeatedly. I am also in a remote place in Xiliang and cannot help Xuanda.
今闻玄德已得荆州，我正欲斩昔日之志，而曹操反来召我，当是如何？马超曰：操奉天子之命，以召父亲。今若不往，彼必逆命责我矣。
Now that I heard that Xuanda has captured Jingzhou, I was about to fulfill my old ambitions, but Cao Cao came to summon me. What should I do? Ma Chao said, Chao was ordered by the emperor to summon his father. If I don't go now, he will blame me for going against my destiny.
当乘其来召，竟往京师，于中取士，则昔日之志可斩也。马腾兄子马岱谏曰：曹操心怀叵测，叔父若往，恐遭其害。超曰：
When he comes to summon him, he can go to the capital and take matters into his own hands, and then his old ambitions can be carried forward. Ma Dai, brother of Ma Teng, admonished him, Cao Cao has ulterior motives. If my uncle goes, he may be harmed. Cao said,
而愿尽起西凉之兵，随父亲杀入许昌，为天下除害，有何不可？腾曰：汝自统羌兵，保守西凉，只教次子马修、马铁并之马岱随我同往。
My son is willing to use all the soldiers from Xiliang to follow his father to Xuchang and eliminate harm for the world. Why not? Ting said, You have led the Chang soldiers to protect Xiliang. You only taught your second son Ma Xiu and Ma Tai and your nephew Ma Dai. Come with me.
曹操见有汝在西凉，又有韩遂相助，谅不敢加害于我也。超曰：父亲欲往，切不可轻入京师，当随机应变，观其动静。腾曰：吾自有处。
Cao Cao saw that you were in Xiliang and that Han Sui was helping you, so he didn't dare to harm me. Cao said, If my father wants to go, he must not enter the capital lightly. Act accordingly and watch what happens. Ting said, I have my own place.
不必多虑。于是马腾乃引西凉兵5000，先教马修、马铁为前部，留马岱在后接应，以礼望许昌而来。离许昌20里， 屯驻军马。
Don't worry too much. So Ma Teng led 5,000 soldiers from Shiliang. He first taught Ma Xiu and Ma Tai to be the front, leaving Ma Dai behind to support them, and meandered to look forward to Xuchang. The troops and horses were stationed 20 miles away from Xuchang.
曹操听之，马腾已到，唤门下侍郎黄奎吩咐曰：“目今马腾南征，吾命汝为行军参谋，先至马腾寨中劳军。可对马腾说，西凉路远，运粮甚难。”
When Cao Cao heard that Ma Teng had arrived, he called his servant Huang Kuei and said, "Now Ma Teng is marching south. I ordered you to be the marching staff officer. You will go to Ma Teng's stronghold first to work for the army. You can tell Ma Teng, Shiliang is far away and it is difficult to transport grain. Very difficult.
"不能多带人马，我当更遣大兵协同前进。来日教他入城面军，吾就应付粮草与之。”奎领命，来见马腾。腾置酒相待，奎酒半酣而言曰：“
If we can't bring more men and horses, I will send more soldiers to advance together. In the future, I will teach him to enter the city and face the king, and I will provide him with food and grass." Kuei received the order and came to see Ma Teng. Ting served him wine. Kuei was half drunk and said,
"吾父黄绾死于李傕郭汜之难，常怀痛恨，不想今日又遇欺君之贼。”腾曰：“谁为欺君之贼？”夔曰：“欺君者，操贼也。公岂不知之？”
My father Huang Wan died at the hands of Li Ju and Guasi, and I feel bitter and bitter. I don't want to meet a thief who deceives the emperor again today. Ting said, "Who is a thief who deceives the emperor?" Kuei said, "Those who deceive the emperor are also thieves. Don't you know this?"
而问我耶腾恐是操使来相探，即止之曰：“耳目较近，休得乱言。”夔叱曰：“公竟忘却衣带诏乎？”腾见他说出心事，乃密以实情告之。夔曰：“
When I asked Yiteng, he was afraid that Chao's envoys were coming to investigate, so he stopped and said, 'The ears and eyes are close, so don't talk nonsense.'" Kuei scolded, "Your Majesty, you forgot the imperial edict on clothes and belts." Ting saw that he had spoken out what was on his mind. Naimi told the truth. Kuei said,
"操欲公入城面军，必非好意，公不可轻入。来日当勒兵城下，待曹操出城点军，就点军处杀之，大事既矣。”二人商议已定。黄奎回家。
"If Cao Cao wants you to enter the city, you must have bad intentions. You must not enter lightly. In the coming days, we will seize the troops under the city. When Cao Cao comes out of the city and orders his troops, he will be ordered to kill him. It will be a big deal. The two of them discussed and decided. Huang Kuei went home.
恨气未息，其妻再三问之，夔不肯言。不料其妾李春香与夔妻弟苗泽私通，则欲得春香正无计可施。妾见黄夔愤恨，遂对则曰：
His wife asked him again and again, but Kuei refused to say anything. Unexpectedly, his concubine Li Chuanxiang had an affair with Kuei's wife's brother Miao Zhe. Zhe wants to get the fragrance of spring, but there is nothing he can do. Seeing that Huang Kuei was angry, the concubine said to Zhe,
黄侍郎今日商议君情回忆甚愤恨，不知为谁。则曰：汝可以言挑之曰：人皆说刘皇叔仁德，曹操奸雄，何也？看他说甚言语。
Shilang Huang is very angry when discussing the military situation today. I don't know who it is. Zhe said, you can challenge him and say, everyone says that Uncle Lu Huang is benevolent and Cao Cao is a traitor. Why? See what words he speaks.
是夜黄夔果到春香房中，窃以言挑之。夔承罪言曰：汝乃妇人，上知邪正，何况我乎？吾所恨者，欲杀曹操也。妾曰：若欲杀之。
That night Huang Kuei-gua went to Chunxiang's room to pick on his concubine. Kuei-cheng said drunkenly, you are a woman, and you know what is right and what is wrong, how much less me? The one I hate is the one who wants to kill Cao Cao. The concubine said, if you want to kill him,
如何下手？夔曰：吾已约定马将军，明日在城外点兵时杀之。妾告于苗泽，则报之曹操。操便密唤曹洪、许褚，吩咐如此如此，又唤夏侯渊。
How to start? Kuei said, I have agreed with General Ma to kill him when he orders troops outside the city tomorrow. The concubine told Miao Zhe, who reported to Cao Cao. Cao Cao then secretly called Xiao Hong and Su Chu to distribute such orders. He also called Xia Hoyuan.
徐晃吩咐如此如此，个人领命去了。一面先将黄夔一家老小拿下。次日，马腾领着西凉兵马将次进城，只见前面一簇红旗，打着丞相旗号。
Su Huang ordered everyone to take orders and captured Huang Kuei's family first. The next day, Ma Teng led the soldiers and horses of Xiliang and approached the city. He saw a cluster of red flags in front of him, bearing the banner of the Prime Minister.
马腾知道曹操自来点军，拍马向前。忽听得一声炮响，红旗开处，弓弩齐发。一将当先，乃曹洪也。马腾急拨马回时，两下喊声又起。
Ma Teng only said that Cao Cao was coming and ordered his troops to pat their horses and move forward. Suddenly a cannon shot was heard, the red flag was raised, and the bows and crossbows were fired. The first general to take the lead is Cao Hong. When Ma Teng hurriedly turned his horse back, two shouts came out again.
左边许褚杀来，右边夏侯渊杀来，后面又是徐晃领兵杀至，截断西凉军马，将马腾父子三人困在该心。马腾见不是头，奋力冲杀。
Su Chu from the left came to kill Xia Hoyuan from the right, and from behind Su Huang led his troops to kill, cut off the Xiliang army and horses, and trapped Ma Teng and his son in Gaixin. Ma Teng saw that he was defeated and rushed to kill with all his strength.
马铁早被乱箭射死，马修随着马腾左冲右突，不能得出。二人身带重伤，坐下马又被箭射倒。父子二人俱被执。曹操交将黄奎与马腾父子。
Ma Tai was shot to death by random arrows long ago. Ma Xiu followed Ma Teng, rushing left and right, unable to get out. The two men were seriously injured, and they were shot down by arrows when they dismounted. Both father and son were arrested. Cao Cao taught Huang Kuei and Ma Teng and his son.
一起绑至黄奎，大叫：“无罪！”操叫苗泽对证。马腾大骂曰：“庶如污我大事！我不能为国杀贼，是乃天也。”操命牵出，马腾骂不绝口。
They were all kidnapped until Huang Kuei shouted, "Not guilty." Cao taught Miao Zhe to testify. Ma Teng cursed, "The Confucian scholar has misled me. I can't kill thieves for the country, it's God's fault." Cao Ming led him out. Ma Teng kept scolding.
与其子马修及黄奎一同遇害。后人有诗叹马腾曰：“父子齐方烈，忠贞助一门。捐生图国难，誓死达君恩。嚼血盟言在，诛奸义状存。”
He was killed together with his sons Ma Xiu and Huang Kuei. Later generations wrote a poem praising Ma Teng, saying, "Father and son Qi Fangli are loyal to the same discipline. He sacrificed his life to save the country from disaster, and swore to die to repay the kindness of the king." The words of the blood-chewing alliance are still there, and the righteousness of punishing traitors remains.
西凉推事胄，不愧伏波孙。苗泽告操曰：“不愿嘉赏， 只求李春香为妻。曹小曰：你为了一妇人，害了你姐夫一家，留此不义之人何用？
Shiliang's most famous person is worthy of Fubo's son. Miao Zhe told Cao Cao, I don't want to increase the reward. I just want Li Chunxiang as my wife. Cao Cao laughed and said, You killed your brother-in-law's family for the sake of one woman. What's the use of keeping this unjust person alive?
便叫将苗泽李春香与黄奎一家老小并斩于市。观者无不叹息。后人有诗叹曰：苗泽因私害近臣，春香未得反伤身。奸雄义不相容数。
He then ordered Miao Zhe, Li Chunxiang, and Huang Kui's family to be executed in the city. All viewers sighed. Later generations wrote a poem and lamented, Miao Zhe harmed his ministers for personal reasons, and the spring fragrance was not recovered, but he harmed his body. Traitors are also unforgiving.
枉自图谋做小人。曹操叫招安西凉兵马，谕之曰：马腾父子谋反，不干众人之事。一面使人吩咐把住关隘，休教走了马岱。
In vain, he tried to become a villain. Cao Cao taught to recruit soldiers and horses from Anxi Liang, and told him, Ma Teng and his son are plotting rebellion and will not do anything that others do. While he sent people to seize control of the pass, he stopped teaching and left Ma Dai.
且说马岱自引1000兵在后，早有许昌城外逃回军士报之马岱。岱大惊，只得弃了兵马，扮作客商，连夜逃遁去了。曹操杀了马腾等，便决意南征。
It is also said that Ma Dai led 1,000 soldiers behind him, and some sergeants who had fled outside Xuchang city reported to Ma Dai. Dai was so frightened that he had to abandon his troops and horses, disguised himself as a merchant, and fled overnight. Cao Cao killed Ma Teng and others, and then decided to march south.
忽人报曰：刘备调练军马，收拾器械，将欲取川。操惊曰：若刘备收川，则羽翼成矣。将何以图之？言未毕，皆下一人进言曰：
Suddenly someone reported, Liu Bei has trained his troops and horses, packed up his equipment, and is going to take Sichuan. Cao Cao was shocked and said, If Liu Bei takes Sichuan, his wings will be ready. What will he do? Before he finished speaking, a man at the bottom of the steps said,
某有一计使刘备、孙权不能相顾，江南、西川皆归丞相。正是西周豪杰方遭戮，南国英雄又受殃。未知献计者是谁？
Someone has a plan to prevent Liu Bei and Sun Quan from looking after each other, and Jiangnan and Sichuan will return to the Prime Minister. It is exactly this. The heroes of Shizhou were killed, and the heroes of the South suffered. It is unknown who contributed the plan.
且看下文分解第58回，马孟起兴兵雪恨曹阿瞒割须弃袍，却说献策之人，乃治书侍御史陈群，字长文。操问曰：陈长文有何良策？群曰：
Let's look at the analysis below. Chapter 58. Ma Meng raised an army to avenge Chao Aman and cut off his beard and abandoned his robe. However, the person who gave the advice was Chen Kun, the censor and censor, who wrote a long essay. Cao Cao asked, "What good strategy does Chen Chengwen have?" The group said,
今刘备、孙权皆为唇齿，若刘备欲取西川，丞相可命上将提兵，会合肥之众，进取江南，则孙权必求救于刘备，备亦在西川，必无心救权。
Liu Bei and Sun Quan are now close friends. If Liu Bei wants to take Sichuan, the Prime Minister can order the general to raise troops to join Fei's people and march to the south of the Yangtze River. Then Sun Quan will seek help from Liu Bei. If Liu Bei intends to take Sichuan, he will have no intention of saving Quan.
权无救，则力伐兵衰江东之地，必为丞相所得。若得江东，则荆州一股可平也。荆州既平，然后徐图西川，天下定矣。操曰：常闻之言。
If the power is not saved, the troops will be exhausted and the land east of the Yangtze River will surely be obtained by the Prime Minister. If we gain the east of the Yangtze River, we can level Jingzhou with one drum. Once Jingzhou is leveled, we can then draw west to the river. The world will be settled. Cao Cao said, "It's a long essay."
郑和无意即时起大兵30万，进下江南，令合肥张辽准备粮草，以为供给。早有细作报之孙权，权据众将商议。张昭曰：
Just as I wanted, I immediately raised 300,000 troops and marched down to the south of the Yangtze River. I ordered He Fei and Zhang Liao to prepare grain and grass for supply. Sun Quan has already been informed of the details. Quan gathers the generals to discuss. Zhang Zhao said,
可差人往卢子敬处叫急发书到荆州，使玄德同力聚草。子敬有恩于玄德，其言必从。且玄德既为东吴之婿，亦不容辞。若玄德来相助，
You can send someone to Lu Zijing to teach and send a letter to Jingzhou urgently, so that Xuanda can work together to reject Cao Cao. Zijing is kind to Xuanda, so he will obey his words, and Xuanda is the son-in-law of Su Chao, so he is obligated. If Xuanda comes to help.
"江南可无患以全从其言，即遣人欲鲁肃，使求救于玄德。肃领命，随即修书使人送玄德。玄德看了书中之意，留使者于馆舍，差人往南郡请孔明。"
There was no need for trouble in the south of the Yangtze River. Quan followed his advice and immediately sent someone to Lu Su to seek help from Xuanda. Su accepted the order and immediately repaired the letter and sent it to Xuanda. Xuanda read the meaning of the book, left the envoy in the building, and sent someone to Nanjun to invite Kong Ming.
"孔明到荆州，玄德将鲁肃书与孔明看毕。孔明曰："也不消动江南之兵，也不必动荆州之兵，自是曹操不敢正取东南。"便回书于鲁肃。
Kong Ming went to Xuanda, Jingzhou, and read Lu Su's book with Kong Ming. Kong Ming said, "There is no need to move the troops from Jiangnan or Jingzhou, because Cao Cao will not dare to look at the southeast." Then he wrote back to Lu Su.
"教高枕无忧，若但有北兵侵犯，皇叔自有退兵之策。"使者去了。玄德问曰："今操起30万大军，会合肥之众，一拥而来，先生有何妙计？"
The emperor can sit back and relax. If the northern troops invade, the emperor's uncle will have his own strategy to retreat. The messenger went. Xuanda asked, "Now we have mobilized an army of 300,000 people to join the Fei people and come in a swarm. What is your clever plan, sir?"
"可以退之。"孔明曰："操平生所虑者，乃西凉之兵也。今操杀马腾，其子马超现统西凉之众，必切齿操贼。主公可作一书，往截马超。"
Kong Ming, who could retreat, said, "The ones Chao has worried about in his life are the soldiers of Xiliang. Today Chao kills Ma Teng, and his son Ma Chao appears to rule the people of Xiliang. He will gnash his teeth and punish the thieves. My lord, you can write a letter and go to marry Ma Chao."
"使超兴兵入关，则操又何暇下江南乎？"玄德大喜，及时作书，遣一心腹人，竟往西凉州投下。却说马超在西凉州，夜感一梦，梦见身卧雪地。
If Chao raises troops to enter the pass, then why would Chao have time to go to the south of the Yangtze River? Xuanda was so happy that he immediately wrote a book and sent a group of confidants to Xiliang Prefecture to drop him off. But it was said that Ma Chao was in Xiliang Prefecture and had a dream at night. He dreamed that he was lying on the snow.
群虎来咬，惊惧而绝，心中疑惑，据帐下将所，告说梦中之事。帐下一人应声曰：“此梦乃不祥之兆也。”众视其人，乃帐前心腹校尉，姓庞。
When a group of tigers came to bite him, he was frightened and confused. He gathered his generals in the tent and told them what happened in the dream. A person under the tent responded and said, "This dream is an ominous sign." The person everyone saw was a confidant in front of the tent, the captain, whose surname was Pang.
明德字令明。超问：令明所见若何？德曰：雪地遇虎，梦兆殊恶。莫非老将军在许昌有事否？言未毕，一人踉跄而入，哭拜于地曰：
The name of Mingda is clear. Chao asked, "What did Ling Ming see?" De said, "Meeting a tiger in the snow is a very bad dream." Could it be that the old general has something to do in Xuchang? Before he finished speaking, a man stumbled in, cried and bowed to the ground and said,
叔父与弟皆死以超视之，乃马岱也。超惊问何为？岱曰：叔父与侍郎黄奎同谋杀操，不幸事泄，皆被斩于市，二弟亦遇害，唯岱扮作客商。
Both my uncle and my younger brother are dead. It's Ma Dai who is Chao Shi. Chao was surprised and asked what was going on. Dai said, "My uncle and his servant Huang Kuei murdered Chao together. Unfortunately, they were both beheaded in the city. The second brother was also killed. Wei Dai pretended to be a merchant."
星夜走脱，超闻言，哭倒于地。众将救起，超咬牙切齿，痛恨操贼。忽报荆州刘皇叔遣人赍书至，超差事之。书略曰：伏念汉室不幸。
Xingye walked away from Chao and fell to the ground crying after hearing the words. The generals rescued him. Chao gritted his teeth and hated fucking thieves. Suddenly it was reported that Uncle Lu Huang of Jingzhou sent someone to deliver a letter to Jingzhou. Look at it as super demolition. The book's summary says, Fu Nian is unfortunate for the Han dynasty.
操贼专权欺君罔上，黎民凋残。被西与令先君同受密诏，誓诛此贼。今令先君被操所害，此将军不共天地，不同日月之仇也。若能率西凉之兵，
The thieves use their power to bully the king and ignore the superiors, and the people are withered. Bei Shi and Ling Xianjun received a secret edict and vowed to kill this thief. Today, the late king has been harmed by Chao. This general has no hatred of heaven and earth, nor of the sun and the moon. If you can lead the troops of Xiliang,
以公操之右备，当举荆襄之众；以恶操之前，则逆操可擒，奸党可灭，仇辱可报，汉室可兴矣。书不尽言，历代回音。马超看毕。
To attack Cao Cao's right side, prepare to lift up the Jing and Xiang people to contain Cao Cao's front. Then Cao Cao can be captured, traitors can be destroyed, hatred and humiliation can be avenged, and the Han dynasty can be prosperous. The book is full of words, and I am waiting for a reply. After Ma Chao finished watching,
及时挥涕回书发使者先回，随后便起西凉军马，正欲进发，忽西凉太守韩遂使人请马超往见。超至遂府，遂将出曹操书示之。内曰
Immediately, with tears in his eyes, he replied to the letter and sent the envoy back first. Then he gathered the Xiliang army and horses, and was about to advance. Suddenly, Han Sui, the governor of Xiliang, sent someone to invite Ma Chao to see him. When they reached Sui mansion, they sent a letter to Cao Cao to inform him. Neiyun.